Hi and welcome to the Bible channel managed by Christadelphian Video. 5-part series for you now on Gideon called Gideon Navigating Faith's Journey. These studies are presented by Brother Sam Bailey from New Zealand. Now, the video or podcast discusses the story of Gideon from a religious perspective, highlighting his journey of faith and leadership as outlined in the biblical narrative. The first study in this series is called Learning from History. Now, the study discusses the story of Gideon from a religious perspective, and it highlights his journey of faith and leadership as outlined in the biblical narrative. It emphasizes the importance of learning from history, sorting out personal issues, leading by example, and gaining courage through faith in God's guidance. The narrative in this podcast contextualizes Gideon's story within the broader historical and religious framework of Israel's struggles with idolatry and divine punishment.
You know, the story of Gideon is not just a lovely Sunday school story. The story of Gideon, as our chairman has rightly said, is the story of how God transformed a nervous, tentative, retiring person into a mighty warrior of faith to motivate an entire idolatrous nation who'd forgotten about God and to respond as one man to overcome their enemies. You just think about that for a minute. That he takes this man here in a wine press, beating out some corn, to a mighty man of valor that would take on the enemy with no fear whatsoever, to trust his God implicitly with every odd stacked against him. Do you think about that for a minute? That's the man we're going to be introduced, and we're going to see how God takes this man on a transformational journey to teach him to trust him. And we'll see Gideon's journey of faith outlined before us in such a way that I hope that it has for me anyway, and hopefully you receive it in the same way, to show how God's growing us the same way, to teach us to have faith and trust in him, just like he taught Gideon. So, over the course of our studies, we're going to cover this, and I've sort of shaped it in a way that hopefully will maybe help us see how it affects us in our walk in the truth. See, so the first study that we're going to cover now is Gideon has to learn from history. And Gideon's going to be taken back on a journey to start to see how God works with people in the past, to gain courage for how he will work with him. So he's going to take him on a journey through history to help him learn that, so that he can have confidence that God would be with him. If he could see it in others, he could see it in himself. That's our first study we're going to see this afternoon. Then our second study this afternoon is beginning at home. You see, if Gideon was going to be able to help and inspire a nation, he first had to be able to sort out his own backyard. He had to get his own house in order. And it's no different for any of us, is it? If we're going to help anybody else in the truth, we first have to get what's happening at home under control. I'm still working on that, by the way. Study number 3 is leading by example. So Gideon's then going to have to learn that if he's going to lead, he's going to have to lead in faith, even though he might not fully be confident yet of his own abilities and his own way in which he's working with the nation. He has to lead by example, and God's going to show him exactly what was going to be required and what he had to look for in the people that he chooses, that God chooses to fight the enemy. So he has to learn to lead by example and to look carefully into the hearts and minds of others as he works with them. And then at exhortation tomorrow, we're going to have a look at gaining courage with God. What God does, it's remarkable, it's beautiful, it's really gentle to see how God knew that Gideon was still struggling. And so he hands them on a platter to the enemy and says, you got to have a listen. What's going on inside their tents? You see what's going on, and then you'll know that I'm God and that everything's under control. And he helps and encourages and strengthens him in such a way that he lifts him up to give him the uttermost courage so that he could turn back and he could see something different in his men that he'd never seen before. But then with all of that newfound confidence, with all of that trust in his God, Gideon's going to get confronted on the way home as he's trying to finish routing out the enemy. Not everyone was on the same page. In fact, he's going to encounter opposition left, right, and centre as he endeavours to finish the job that God had asked him to do. And brothers and sisters, the truth is not straightforward, is it? Gideon has to realise and learn that it takes time and effort to teach others to see what he had seen, to understand what he knew, and to work with each other in the way that we have to try and build trust and confidence in God that he already had. And sometimes we get it right, and sometimes we get it wrong. Gideon's going to come face to face with a number of people who weren't on the same page. We're going to see how he works with them to gain practical lessons for us in terms of how we can work with one another as we navigate our journey of faith towards the kingdom. And over these studies, hopefully we'll see how God patiently and how he systematically developed Gideon's courage and conviction in his God until Gideon was convinced that anything was possible as he endeavoured to grow that conviction in others. So, that's what we're going to cover together over the course of the next 5 studies. So hopefully you'll stay with me as we work through it. So where are we in the story? Well, the background to the story of Gideon is actually the story of Deborah and Barak, and that's a whole series in itself. All right. So in summary, Deborah and Barak's exploits to the north, in the top of the Jezreel Valley and along Mount Tabor, had united the surrounding tribes to stand up and to destroy the stronghold of Jabin, king of Canaan, who had mightily oppressed that part of the territory for 20 years. And together, Deborah and Barak and the 10,000 men that had responded had come, and they had not only taken out Sisera, but they had who was the leader and commander of Jabin's army, but they had not only routed the army, but they then had systematically come and cleaned up all of the territory that Jabin had stolen off the nation of Israel. And Deborah and Barak's exploits had united that part of the nation to come and destroy any vestige of Jabin's territory and to take it all back. And the land, says the record, had rest for 40 years. Judges chapter 5, verse 31. The land had rest for 40 years. And in that rest, brothers and sisters, further south, in the middle of the land, these tribes, not so familiar with the exploits of their northern brethren, drifted back into their idolatrous ways, forgetting Yahweh and his mighty victory. And so we see in Judges chapter 6 and verse 1 it says, "And the children of Israel did evil in the sight of Yahweh, and Yahweh delivered them into the hand of Midian 7 years." It's interesting. We're not told necessarily what evil it was, but we can deduce what evil it definitely was when we read the record carefully in its context. The evil that they did in the sight of Yahweh, well, we've seen this expression before. In what way had they done evil? Well, in Judges itself, Judges chapter 2, verse 11, it tells us that they served Baal and Ashtaroth and did evil in the sight of Yahweh. Judges chapter 2, verse 11. Judges chapter 3, verse 7, it says, they served Balaam and the groves and did evil in the sight of Yahweh their God. Idolatry every time, brothers and sisters. Idolatry was the problem in chapter 2. Idolatry was the problem in chapter 3. And in chapter 4, verse 1, it says that they served new gods and did evil again in the sight of Yahweh. When we compare the story of Deborah's song in Judges chapter 5 and verse 8, it was a problem of idolatry that had crept back into the nation every time. And here in the story of Gideon, it was absolutely no different, because in Judges chapter 6 and verse 10 it says, God appeared to them in a prophet and says, I am Yahweh your God. Fear not the gods of the Amorites in whose land you dwell. The problem of the evil was idolatry. They'd served other gods. Judges chapter 6, verse 25. Gideon's commanded to destroy and to take out the altar that was there, the altar of Baal that thy father hath, and cut down the grove that is by it. The evil that this nation had encountered once more in the sight of Yahweh was absolutely the problem of serving other gods. You know, the problem, brothers and sisters, in all of that is surely they must have known. Every other time in their history when they had fallen astray and they had been destroyed or held captive or had problems, that the problem was idolatry. And yet this generation looked like they didn't know what the issues were. A philosopher once wrote, these are not my words, what we learn from history is that no one learns anything from history. And to some degree he's right. And by this he means that we see the next generation and the next generation and the next generation seemingly to make the same mistakes over and over and over again, never seeming to learn from those problems. And it was no different for Israel in this story. They'd made the same mistake as the previous generation and the generation before that. But God had other plans, as he always does. God didn't let them just drift away. Do you know what, brothers and sisters and young people, what he tries to do is he tries to put them under bondage and trial and sells them into the hand of the Midianites. For what reason? The answer is to try and bring them back. To try and bring them back, to try and turn them. He did so by delivering them, it says. Yahweh himself, it says, delivered them into the hand of Midian for 7 years. God actually delivered them into the hand of the Midianites that they might come and turn back to him. He offered them up, brothers and sisters, to be plundered, to be spoiled, to be left destitute, in an attempt to turn them back to him and to cry for help and support. And God had warned them that that's exactly what he'd do. He'd done it so many times. He'd told them that if you leave me and you seek the idols of the nation, then God would plunder them, both in judgment and in mercy, that they might attempt to come back to him. Hold your hand here and see what he said in the law in Leviticus 26. We don't have time to spend too much time in Leviticus, but Leviticus 26, similar in story really to Deuteronomy 28, which is the blessings and the cursings. Leviticus 26 is very similar, but with respect to what would happen if they turned to idolatry. Leviticus 26, have a look at this. You wonder why he delivers them into the hand for 7 years? Well, have a look at this. Leviticus 26. I'll just put this up on the PowerPoint because it will help maybe summarize what we're going to cover because we haven't got the time to do the detail. But if you get a pencil and you color in the concept of the covenant or the concept of the Sabbath or the concept of 7 times through this chapter, it jumps off the page and it'll have you between the eyeballs that you can't miss it. That if they turn to idolatry, there would be a covenant problem that God would have with them. 7 times. And so in verses 1 to 14 in Leviticus 26, effectively, in summary, God says, if you follow me and if you trust me, notice the context, just for proof. Leviticus 26, verse 1, ye shall make you no idols nor graven image, nor rear up a standing image, neither shall ye set any image of stone in your land to bow down to it, unto it, for I am Yahweh your God. Ye shall do the following things. You'll keep my Sabbaths, you'll walk on my statutes, you'll keep my commandments, right? So this whole context of Leviticus 26 is the context of idolatry. What they needed to do is to follow Yahweh. And so he says, in summary, Leviticus 26, verses 1 to 14, if you followed my word and you do what I ask you, well, one, I'll provide you food. So much food in abundance that you won't believe it. And not only that, I will provide you protection. I'll give you shelter and strength. And more than that, says God, I will be amongst you. I'll be amongst you every time. Verse 12, see that? And I will walk among you and will be your God, and ye shall be my people. I am Yahweh God, which brought you forth out of the land of Egypt, that ye should not be bondmen, and I have broken the bands of your yoke and made you go upright. So if you do what I tell you to do, and you follow everything that I ask you to do, boy, you'll be fed, you'll be sheltered, you'll be protected, I'll be your God, you will be amazing together, says God. But if you don't, well, the consequences are fairly obvious. In verses 15 to 39, he says, well, mate, if you despise my statutes, if you break my commandments, you won't do these things, that you break my covenant, then I will also do this to you. And so over the courses of the next sort of 6 to 18 odd verses, my math's not too good on the whole. In verses 15 to 39, God says, I'm going to punish you 7 times for your sins. 7 times for your sins. And my covenant will be broken. And more than that, not only that, the land is going to be left desolate. There's going to be nothing there. In fact, I'll let the land be in her Sabbaths. You won't ever get there. You won't ever have your food. You'll be plundered and destroyed. Punished 7 times. Perhaps now we get an appreciation for why they're delivered into the hand of Midian. 7 years. If you get your colouring in pencil, look at verse 16, 20, verse 18, verse 21, verse 28. They'd be punished 7 times for their sins. Verse 21, there'd be 7 times more punishments of plagues. Verse 28, 7 times more chastising. That's what would happen if they didn't follow God. 7 times all of these things. And you notice, we did in our reading, just stay in Leviticus 26, but God sends a prophet to them. Do you know what that prophet said? I am Yahweh your God, which brought you up out of Egypt and brought you forth out of the hand of bondage. You have a look in Leviticus 26 and verse 13. That's exactly what God had said. I'm Yahweh your God, which brought you forth out of the land of Egypt, that you won't be bondmen, but if you break my covenant, I'll put you back into bondage. And if they forsook them, they'd be punished 7 times for their sins, 7 more times for their plagues, 7 more chastisings they'd receive. And you know what it says? God punished them. These will be the punishments. Verse 16. This will I do to you, right? That ye shall sow your seed in vain, for your enemies shall eat it, says verse 16. Well, that's fulfilled in Judges chapter 6 and verse 3. Because the moment they sowed in the land, the Midianites came up and devoured their sustenance. You know what it says in verse 20? Your strength shall be spent in vain, for your land shall not yield her increase, neither shall the trees of the land yield their fruits. That was fulfilled exactly in Judges chapter 6 and verse 4. It says that they encamped and destroyed the increase of the earth, says the record. Exactly what God said would happen, Leviticus 26. In verse 22 of Leviticus 26, he says, and I will send wild beasts among you, and shall rob you of your children, destroy your cattle, shall make you few in number, and your highways shall be desolate. They were made few in number. Judges chapter 6, verse 4 and 5 says that when they came up with their cattle and their tents and their crosses, that there was neither sustenance left for Israel, nor for any sheep, nor for any ox, nor for any ass. Brothers and sisters, what God said in Leviticus 26, here in the story of Judges chapter 6, God says, it's exactly what I said would happen. God doesn't forget, does he, brothers and sisters? Whilst we might never learn from history, God repeats the story time and time and time again, that we might learn to trust him. 7 times, God delivers them into the hand of Midian for 7 years. Interestingly enough, who were the Midianites? Oh, this is interesting. You see, The Midianites were, well, they were connected to the story of Abraham, weren't they? The Midianites were descendants of Abraham via Keturah, Genesis chapter 25, verses 2 to 4. So they were connected in sort of understanding of the promises to Abraham, but it drifted away. See, initially they resided in the land of Eden, but most likely relocated south because of the Dead Sea, beside the Dead Sea where they were, because we find Moses flees to Midian in Exodus chapter 2, and we find them there on the backside of the desert, don't we, in Exodus chapter 2 and verse 15. We know that the Midianites, or at least some of them, had an understanding of the truth, because we get introduced to Jethro and his family, who came with Israel into the land, says Judges chapter 1 and verse 16. So some of these brothers and sisters, in terms of the family of Abraham, were connected to the hope of Israel. Well, the rest fell astray. They fell mixing with the Moabites in idolatrous worship. And we know that because we saw it in the story of Balaam, that the Midianites had got themselves all wrapped up with the Moabites. And not only that, there was a problem when Israel came into Baal Peor in Numbers 25 and Numbers 31. And Israel was devastated because of that battle, of that problem that occurred with the daughters of the Midianites and the Moabites. And the kings of Midian were slain for that very reason, for their seduction. And Moses destroys them in Numbers 31. We'll have a look at that later. But they became, after the destruction of Moses, a nomadic trading tribe that lived further east, merchantmen, steeped in Eastern culture and idolatry. Do you know what their name means? Strife and contention, which was very fitting, because that's exactly what they caused for Israel. And you know, it's funny because whilst the previous suppression of Israel during the time of the Moabites had seen Israel at least stay where they were and to sneak through the back streets of the country blocks, the Midianites prevailed so heavily upon the Israelites that they fled to the hills. See what it says in Judges chapter 6 and verse 2. The hand of Midian prevailed against the Israelites, or Israel, and because of the Midianites, the children of Israel made them dens, which are in the mountains and caves and strongholds. They disappeared as far away from them as they could. Nothing like this invasion had caused Israel entirely to abandon their farms, their fields, and their crops before. But now, with the Midianite oppression, they just vanished. They ran for the hills, living in dens and caves. At least in Jael's time, they still held food. Now here, under Midian's oppression, they were like wild animals, living in the dens and the caves of the mountains with the eagles and the ass. How had they been so oppressive upon the nation of Israel? Why was it that they had to vanish and flee and disappear? Well, look at what it says. Verses 3 to 5 gives us the reason for why they could no longer live on their land. Which says this, and it was so that when Israel had sown, that the Midianites came up, and the Amalekites and the children of East, even they all came up against them. And what they did is they encamped against them, and they razed the land. They destroyed the increase of the earth till they had come to Gaza, and they left no sustenance for Israel, neither sheep, nor ox, nor ass, for they came up with their cattle and their tents, and they came as grasshoppers for multitude, for both they and their camels were without number, and they entered into the land to destroy it. So the Midianites and the children of the East, what they would do is they would come. They would wait. I mean, it's a brilliant strategy, all right? They would wait until Israel, in the autumn, in the 9th months, would sow in the land. They wait for summer to disappear because that's just too hard to work in, right? And then they would wait until Israel had sown in the spring when the early rains had come, and they'd turn over the land and they'd put all the crops in, and then they'd wait even longer until autumn, right till the very end. when the harvest had commenced in the first month of the year, right? When harvest commenced in the first month of the year. Do you know what happens in the first month of the Jewish calendar? What's the first thing that kicks off the Jewish calendar? Passover. Oh, look at that. Well done. So we're in agreement. Excellent. So they would wait until those crops had grown, and then they would come at the time of Passover. And you think about the significance of this. They would come in the time of the Jewish spring festivals that represented the deliverance from Egypt, the need for no wickedness and idolatry, and the first fruits festival, which is the festival of Yahweh's blessings of abundance. They would come at that time into the land of Israel. Oh, poetic justice, isn't it? And what would Israel gather? And so instead of rejoicing in festivities, Israel would run for the hills as the hordes of camels would descend off from the hills and the plains and pile into the land and eat everything there was to get. All the joys of spring, excuse the pun, taken away because, well, there was nothing left. And that happened, says the record, year after year after year. Now, you don't go down to Coles or Safeway or whatever rural produces you might have to buy more seed. How would you get seed for the following year? And the answer is you set aside during this time of harvest a portion to plant in faith for the next year, don't you? That's how it works. Well, what happens when you don't have anything? Or you plant what little left you have for the next year. And then that's gone. And then, what do you plant for year 3? Or you plant what you got left. Lord, you managed to just catch a little bit that you haven't eaten, and you plant that. And then you've run out. So it says in the record, verse 6, that Israel was greatly impoverished because of the Midianites. Can you see how it happened? Year after year, there's no seed left from the terrible remnants of the harvest that they could gather after these guys had been through it. The Midianites had destroyed it. Leviticus 26, verse 16 said, "Ye shall sow your seed in vain, for your enemies shall eat it." And so bad it says, well, they destroyed the increase of the land all the way through Gaza. You know, that word increase is the fruitfulness, right? The fruitfulness of the land. They ruined the fruitfulness of God's land. All of Yahweh's blessings destroyed and gone. And it says they left them no substance or no way to preserve life is really what that means in the Hebrew. No substance for Israel, any way to preserve animal or human existence. They left them no ability to maintain herds or cattle or human food. While, because they came, it says, as grasshoppers for multitude, locusts for multitude to destroy it. And do you know what's remarkable? We don't have time to turn this up. But do you know that when Moses, in Numbers 31, destroyed the Midianites because of God's command, do you know what Moses did? It says in Numbers 31, verses 6 to 11, it says that Moses, after Baal Peor, took out all the Midianites. Moses, it says, slew all the males, all the Midianite men, women and little ones they took captive. They took spoil of all their cattle, all their flocks, all their goods, burnt all their cities with fire, and all their castles were destroyed. That's what it says in Numbers 31. He raised them, Moses went in Numbers 31 and raised the Midianites to the ground. 200 years later, here's the Midianites coming back for revenge. And it's poetic justice, isn't it? Why were the Midianites destroyed by Moses in Numbers 31? Well, you know why. Because of their idolatry and their fornication practice in Baal Peor. Why is the Midianites back here with Israel? For exactly the same reason. God brings them back in poetic justice. But you see, God had a purpose, didn't he? As with all of God's judgments, there was a blessing with what he was trying to do. You see, all of this was done, that there was a message sent to Israel, a blessing in the message, because he wanted them to get to a position where they would turn to him 100%. It just required them to get to a state where it finally took year after year, feeble becoming more and more feeble, successive failed harvest after successive failed harvest, livestock destroyed, utterly languishing, dying, feeble, that they started to think, oh, maybe we need some help. You know, it can take some time with the belligerence of human nature, doesn't it, brothers and sisters, to get to that stage. It can take some time to come to see God's lessons. And it's not until often we're brought to a point of impoverishment, on our knees, that we really get on our knees properly to pray to our Heavenly Father that he might help us. And here, brothers and sisters, with a nation on the brink of starvation, with no reserves, no energy, utterly exhausted, it says, verse 7, finally, or verse 6, finally it says, the children of Israel cried unto Yahweh. And it came to pass, when the children of Israel cried unto Yahweh because of the Midianites, that he heard them. Oh, God's immediately there, isn't he? He heard them. You know, there's a lesson for us, brothers and sisters, in this, isn't there? How do we see trials in our life? How do we see when things aren't going the way they should? How do we visualize, or how do we feel when we feel that everything is going wrong? Do you know, often we can be just like Israel and think, oh, we'll get it right, we'll turn around, it's all within our capabilities, we can fix this, we've got this under control. And then God turns the notch up, and then the notch up, and then turns the dial, and then throws the book at us, and then we are desperately in need. It's not until we get to that stage do we actually see God working behind the scenes, or hopefully see God working behind the scenes. But how do we see or have an attitude to trial, and how do we respond to God's trials in our life? Yeah, do we really see trials as an act of God trying to teach us dependence on him, or do we just blame him? Why me? Why is this happening to me? We can hear that, can't we, sometimes in our own lives. We need to see, brothers and sisters and young people, trials that God brings as Yahweh's loving hand to teach us to trust him. And our attitude to trial means that we either become more bitter, right? Or more better for him. Those are the options. And those choices are ours to make, aren't they? We choose whether we become more bitter or more better. That's us. That's up to us. That's the lesson we've got to see from the story of this nation, who it took 7 years to turn to God. And even then they struggled to understand. And we've got to endeavour to see, as Paul says in Romans, that all things work together for good to them that love God, to them who are called according to his purpose and his grace. Romans chapter 8, verse 24. We've got to see it like that way. As Hebrews says in Hebrews chapter 12, for whom the Lord loveth, he chasteneth, and scourgeth every son whom he receiveth. See, this is God's way of teaching us to trust him. What's our attitude to that, brothers and sisters? Sometimes I think we can be no different to Israel, where we struggle to see these things that happen to us as God shaping and developing our characters to grow and mold so that we can become more like him. And so God sends a prophet to teach the nation of Israel what the problem was, because obviously they were struggling. And so it says in verse 8, Yahweh sends a prophet unto the children of Israel, which said unto them, thus saith Yahweh Elohim of Israel, I brought you up from Egypt and brought you forth out of the house of bondage. I delivered you out of the hand of the Egyptians and out of the hand of all them that oppressed you, and drove them out from before you, and gave you their land. And I said unto you, I am Yahweh your God. Fear not the God of the Amorites in whose land ye dwell. But guess what, says God? You haven't obeyed my voice. You see, they still didn't respond to God's prophet. For 7 years of bondage, they cry to God. He sends them a prophet whom they still don't listen to. But I just want you to just see exactly what this prophet said. Read that again, but we're going to read it in a slightly different lens. What the prophet actually is saying to them is, I want you to go back and have a think about your history, and you'll know what to do. All right, I'll just put that lens on it. Thus saith Yahweh Elohim of Israel, I brought you up out of the land of Egypt, brought you forth out of the house of bondage, delivered you out of the hand of the Egyptians, out of the hand of all them that oppressed you, and drave them out from before you, and gave you their land. And I said, I am Yahweh your God, fear not the gods of the Amorites in whose land ye dwell. That was a message that the prophet said. Go look back in history. And you haven't listened. You're not hearkening unto my voice. You haven't listened. And by the way, the prophet's not conjuring up random words. Jerry's actually quoting, brothers and sisters. He's actually quoting. And do you know where he's drawing all of this from? Oh, this is remarkable, brothers and sisters. He's taking them back to a specific time in their history, 220 years before, where they had made a covenant with God via Joshua in Shechem itself. He takes them back to that spot in their mind and says, do you remember these words? Thus saith Yahweh Elohim, I brought you up out of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. I delivered you out of the hand of the Egyptians and all them that oppressed you, and drove out the others from before you, and gave you their land. That is almost quote for quote straight out of Joshua 24, the story of Joshua before the nation. Come with me just very quickly to Joshua chapter 24. We're only 220 years on, or thereabouts. Joshua 24. On that day in Joshua 24, he takes them back. And on that day, they swore that they would serve Yahweh, for he is our God. The whole point of Joshua 24 was the problem and issue of idolatry. You know, you can prove that. Joshua brings the entire tribe, Joshua 24 verse 1, to a place called Shechem, the place where they would yell out the blessings and the cursings of Deuteronomy 28. And he calls the elders of Israel and he says, and he presents themselves, they all present themselves before God, and Joshua says, do you know what? God brought you where? Yahweh Elohim of Israel, your fathers dwelt on the other side of the flood in old time, even Terah the father of Abraham and the father of Nahor, and they served other gods. And he starts the entire story of Joshua 24 with how God was trying to stop them from serving idols. They served other gods. He said, I brought you out of that environment and given you a land that you can trust in me, see that you can serve me. And they said, on this day, Joshua 24, all that Yahweh has said we will do. We will serve Yahweh, for he is our God. Yahweh is our God, and we will serve, and his voice will we obey. But by Gideon's time, 200 years on, I'd forgotten all about it. And you know, on that day, and Joshua says he wrote down, we'll look at the page, Joshua 24, verse 26. All right? Verse 24, the people said to Joshua, Yahweh is our God, him we will serve, and his voice will we obey. Now we get maybe the answer why the prophet says to them, but you haven't obeyed my voice. Right? And Joshua makes a covenant with the people on that day. And it says, he set them a statute and an ordinance in Shechem. A statute and an ordinance. Do you know what a statute is, brothers and sisters? A statute was a decree, something prescribed. It was established as a covenant to be observed by every generation from that point forward. A statute. written down on a book. And it was an ordinance, it says, a judgment that was legally binding. And he signed on the dotted line, and all the nation of Israel stood there with their invisible pens and went, yep, we're all into it. God says, you haven't followed this commitment. You've forgotten this covenant, haven't you? They've broken their covenant, no longer obeying the judgment. They weren't serving Yahweh at all. But I want you to notice, brothers and sisters, what Joshua does next. Joshua 24, verse 26 says that he wrote these words in the book of the law of God and took a great stone and he sets it up there under an oak by the sanctuary of Yahweh. And he says to the people, this stone shall be a witness unto us, for it hath heard all the words that Yahweh has spoken unto us. And it will be a witness unto you, lest you deny your God. That stone right here that I've just set up is going to be a witness to you. Oh boy. Do you know what, brothers and sisters? Guess where Gideon stands when the angel appears to him in the story of Judges chapter 6. Now perhaps we know why the prophet quotes from Joshua chapter 24. They had ignored the statute, broken the covenant, had served other gods, and we're going to find in this story an altar that needs to be repaired. That was an altar that was already there in Shechem, according to Genesis chapter 12 and verse 6, that Abraham, when he came into the land, built an altar there. And that altar is going to be repaired on this rock. And Jacob's oak, it says, was there. We're going to come across an oak in the story. And we're going to come across a rock in the story. And we're going to come an altar in this story. And God, through the work of Gideon, is going to recreate and restore the people to their covenant, to show them that he was still their God and that he would still walk amongst them if they served him. But what they would need to do was they would need to learn from the story of Shechem, from the places that the nation had traveled over their history to this spot, that they might learn what to do. They had to bury their idols and had to rebuild God's altar so that Abraham's seed might once more be given this land. So come with me back to the story of Judges chapter 6, and I want to show you how this is here in the story. Perhaps we can't be fully confident and utterly convinced outside of the story of here, but that I believe we're still talking about the story of Shechem in this spot. And here's the proof, brothers and sisters. Verse 11. And there came an angel of Yahweh and sat under an oak, which was an Ophrah, that pertained unto Joash, the Abiezrite, whose son Gideon threshed wheat by the winepress to hide it from the Midianites. An angel appears under the oak, which is an Ophrah. Now, what we know, brothers and sisters, if you're taking notes, is that we're not 100% confident or sure in terms of exactly where Ophrah is. There's many different places that it could be, but they're all relatively within this spot of Shechem. But what we do know is that Judges chapter 8 and verse 31, it says that Gideon had a concubine that was in Shechem. And according to many witnesses, many writers, who record where Ophrah probably was, it was within about 6 to 8 kilometers from the city of Shechem itself. And Abimelech, we find in Judges chapter 9 and verse 6, is crowned king by the men of Shechem at the oak of the pillar in Shechem. Judges chapter 9 and verse 6. So we can safely suggest that they're in this spot. And it's strange because the record seems to focus our attention. Do you know what Joshua had said in Joshua 24? This stone will be a witness for everything that God has said. And you know the emphasis on this record, you can't miss it, is on this rock, says the record. Judges chapter 6 and verse 19, he brings out the present to the angel that sat there And it says, the angel was sitting under an oak. But what was beside the oak, we know it because the angel says, I want you to bring this offering and I want you to lay it upon this rock, says verse 20. What rock? Well, one particular rock that's by this oak. And more than that, we know that the fire then comes out of the rock and consumes the offering. In Joshua chapter 6, verse 24, Gideon's then instructed to build an altar there. Verse 26, build an altar to Yahweh thy God upon the top of this rock. What rock? I suggest to you perhaps we can read with some degree of certainty that this rock is the rock of witness that the nation was brought to in the story of Joshua 24. So Gideon, perhaps in the story, is being encouraged to remind the nation of Israel to rebuild Abraham's altar. An altar, the altar of what says the sanctuary. We don't have time to look at this, but the sanctuary of Joshua 24 is suggested to be Abraham's altar. Wasn't the tabernacle, wasn't in Shechem. The sanctuary that was by the oak was Abraham's altar. And so Gideon's being told to rebuild an altar on the top of this rock of witness, that all Israel might never miss the point that it was Yahweh's stone of witness, Yahweh's altar that needed to be maintained, Yahweh's covenant that needed to be maintained for the nation, if Yahweh was ever going to keep his covenant with his people. And Israel and Gideon had to look back in history and endeavor to learn the lesson from the history of the people during that time, that Yahweh might be their God and dwell amongst them. The altar of Abraham, which is the altar that he first builds when he comes into the land in Genesis chapter 12. It's the same place in Shechem, next to that oak, that Jacob, when he's running after the terrible time in the story of Shechem, where he runs, and the first thing he does in Genesis 35 is bury the idols that his family had stolen from Laban and his family. They bury those idols right there in Shechem. And Joshua brings the nation to that spot and says, do you know these two stories? Yahweh's altar that Abraham built, the idols that his forefather buried, Jacob buried. Let's make a witness here that we serve Yahweh and not idolatry. And so the nation is now brought back to this spot. But look at the picture we're given as God appears to Gideon. Look at the picture. Step back from this for a second. What's the picture that we built? Well, here's Gideon in the land of his inheritance. All right, God had given him this inheritance. You can't miss the record point. Verse 11, there came an angel of Yahweh to sit under an oak that was an Ophrah that pertained to Joash the Abiezrite. This is his inheritance. And where is he? Well, Gideon's in a wine press, beating out corn, hiding from the Midianites. You can't miss it, can you? The wine and the corn, supposed to be symbols of Yahweh's blessing, his fruitfulness, his inheritance. And here's Gideon under the wine press, beating out a little bit of corn with a stick, like a poor person in the law. An absolute pauper, hiding from the Midianites. It was an unmitigated disaster, wasn't it, brothers and sisters? And his own inheritance, he's there, tapping out wheat. A handful. See, the cameo of Gideon is set to show, brothers and sisters, that this was an individual example of what was happening on a national scale. This little boy, or this man here, that was beating out corn as a pauper, was emblematic of the entire nation's problem. And so God's going to work with this man to teach them what he had to do on a national scale. And so Gideon's focusing on thrashing out grain. You should imagine, you got to put yourself there, right, brothers and sisters? Put yourself there for a minute. You're Gideon. You're hiding down a wine press. You don't want to be seen. And the next minute, this face appears over the corner of the wine press. Imagine it. Gideon said, the angel says to him, Yahweh is with thee, thou mighty man of valor. You can imagine Gideon's first response. Ah, I'm supposed to not be seen. Right? You can imagine it. First response, spins around with a heart attack. Like, oh. And then the second message is like, what did you say? I'm a mighty man of valor. Tapping out wheat. You talking to me? Really? Me? But the message was quite specific. Yahweh is with thee, thou mighty man of valor. We don't have time to look at this, but Gideon was going to be Moses number 2. Yahweh appears to Moses as he appears to Gideon. Yahweh is with thee. Yahweh looks upon him. Go in thy might, have not I sent thee. Gideon's response, exactly the same as Moses. Who, me? How obsolete is that? You'll smite the enemy with one go. You see, the message that God gives Gideon on this story is, I need you, Gideon, to become a Moses. And just like Moses, I'm going to send you as a mighty, powerful warrior to save my people. Yahweh, Elohim of Israel. Yahweh is with thee. Yahweh will be there. And Gideon misses the point entirely. Verse 13, Gideon says to him, Oh my Lord, if Yahweh be with us, then why is all this befallen us? I mean, where's all the miracles which our fathers told us of, saying, Did not Yahweh bring us up out of Egypt? But now Yahweh's forsaken us and delivered us into the hands of the Midianites. It's exactly what God had told Moses the nation of Israel would say in Deuteronomy chapter 31 and 32. God instructed Moses to write a song in Deuteronomy 32, to teach it to the nation, that they may learn to teach it to the children's children from generation to generation, to trust Yahweh and to remember that God would be with his covenant. They've forgotten the words of that song too, brothers and sisters. In Deuteronomy 32, verse 46, Israel were commanded to teach this song to their children, to command them to observe all the words of the law, and they'd failed to pass on the message and failed to learn and remember the song. I need you to be Moses number 2, says God. I need you to do it. And it says Yahweh looks upon him in verse 14. Now that's an interesting expression in the context of Moses, in the context of relieving of the bondage of Egypt and God's covenant with his people. It's an extremely rare expression, and it's mentioned twice in accordance with the nation of Israel coming out of Egypt. Exodus chapter 2 and Exodus chapter 4. He looks upon the cry of Israel and he remembers his covenant with Abraham, with Isaac, and with Jacob, and he looks upon the children of Israel and has respect unto them, says Exodus chapter 2. And in Exodus chapter 4, it's the same thing. The people believed when they heard that Yahweh had visited the children of Israel and that he had looked upon their affliction. Then they bowed their heads and worshipped. You see, this inclining of God was exactly what had happened in the story of Moses. And now again, God looks upon Gideon in an entirely different way, because he says, I'm going to remember my covenant with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and you, my friend, are going to be Moses number 2. And so he says in verse 14, Go in this thy might, and thou shalt save Israel from the hand of the Midianites. Have not I sent thee? I've selected you for this task. Go in your might. This is what I want you to do. And Gideon's response was no different to Moses. Verse 15, Oh, surely not me. Surely that's not my job. I can't do it. And he says unto him, O my Lord, wherewith shall I save Israel? Behold, my family is poor in Manasseh, and I'm the least in my father's house. It's exactly what Moses had said in Exodus chapter 3 and verse 11. Who am I that I should bring forth the children of Israel? Exodus 3 verse 11. And God's response was the same then to Gideon as it was to Moses. I will be with thee. Moses, I'll bring you to this very spot in Sinai and you will worship me there. That's the proof that I will be with you. Surely I will be with thee, says God. Exactly the same expression he gave to Moses. And I will give you a sign that I will be with you. And the sign you'll see that you will smite the Midianites as one man. All the Midianites will be gone as if you are only fighting one man with one blow. Gideon, that's the proof that I'll be with you. So, brothers and sisters, Gideon embarks on this journey of faith, doesn't he? To be transformed from a hesitant person, in concerned servant in a well, in a wine press, to an unstoppable, courageous warrior that trusted that Yahweh Elohim would be with him in every step of the way. So what's the lesson from the story? We've skipped over a number of those history lessons, but hopefully you'll know them. All right? But the lesson for us is this. Whilst as humans, we might fail to learn from history, we can have utter confidence that God's character will enable him never to forget. You know, one of the key words when we go through the scriptures is the word to remember, isn't it? To remember. And whilst our memory might fade, God's doesn't. It's a word that's associated with his loyal kindness and his covenant mercy to his people. To remember his covenant, to remember what he's done. And we have to have God's thinking, don't we, brothers and sisters? This is the way God's recorded for us in his word, examples for us to review, to learn and to grow. He's recorded and written all of these stories that we might learn from both faithful and foolish characters. He's written all of these for our learning and for our admonition, says Paul in 1 Corinthians in chapter 10. But he's written it in such a way that we might grow in faith and to trust him, to have confidence in his character, to truly believe that he has a purpose and that he is working in us unto the end. And whilst Gideon might be struggling to understand, and the nation of Israel were trying and understand and grapple with all the trials and the challenges that their generation was facing, God shows Gideon that through the story of Abraham, through the story of Jacob, through the story of Moses, through the story of Joshua, you can have utter conviction that I'll be with you, that I'll never forget. You, Gideon, can have confidence in my covenant because my faithfulness will never change. So, brothers and sisters, whilst we might struggle, whilst at times we might doubt, the key to getting our perspective right, the key to developing an understanding about God and his purpose lies in our ability to stand still, to remember and to review the stories and the faithful men and women of old who have gone before us, that we might learn from history, that we might see and therefore have trust that his loyalty and faithfulness that God has is to his covenants and to his promise, that they will never forsake and fail us because he changes. So let's not learn nothing from history, but let's endeavour to learn and grow by considering all of those who've gone before us, who, although might have made mistakes, have been taught, shaped and developed by our Heavenly Father through trial and hardship to become vessels perfected under him for his glory and for his honour.
This second episode is called Beginning at Home. Now, Gideon, amidst national oppression, questions God's presence. Yahweh, through historical references, prepares Gideon for a mission akin to Moses. Gideon, seeking assurance, asks for a sign, showcasing his trust's infancy. The offering he prepares symbolizes commitment and mirrors the Passover meal. God confirms his presence through his miraculous consumption, leaving Gideon in absolute awe.
Well, we left Gideon at the winepress, didn't we? Beating and threshing out his wheat. Or, in effect, with a stick. A stick, down a winepress, right? Trying to get some corn to eat, right? Weakened and impoverished and representative of his nation. You see, this was a man and a nation completely and utterly under the grip of Midianite oppression. And they were all grappling with the question as to why God had allowed all of this to happen to his people. And we saw Yahweh take Gideon on a journey back through history. And for those that weren't with us in our last class, really, to give you the abbreviated version in 1 minute of what we covered in far too long, was the story of Shechem. You see, God sent a prophet, quoting from Joshua chapter 24, the time when the nation of Israel had made a covenant to serve God, and there was a stone or a rock of witness that Joshua established at that time that would hear all the words that they had pronounced that they would speak, and a covenant that they made. And Joshua made a statute and an ordinance in Shechem and set that stone up there as a witness for them to serve God and not serve idols. And of course, Joshua brought them back to that spot because it was the spot that Jacob had taken his family's past when they were escaping Shechem and the destruction that they had taken out on Shechem and on Hamor and on Dinah's revenge on that nation, on that city. And Jacob, as he was running from their potential hostilities that would come from that moment, buried all the idols that Laban and his family, or that his family had stolen from Laban. And they buried their idols there to choose to serve God. And of course, that's what Joshua had brought them back there for, was to remember that they'd taken out of idolatry and to serve God. And of course, that was Jacob buries those idols under the oak that was in Shechem, because right next to that oak was the altar that Abraham had built. The altar that Abraham had first built when he arrived into the land, when God had called him from being an idolater to becoming a servant to God. And he'd built that altar on that spot in a dedication. Then he comes to the land, and there he builds an altar. And of course, Genesis chapter 12, verse 6 and 7 says the Canaanite was then in the land. Interesting. And Abraham's making a choice not to serve the gods of the Canaanites, but to serve the God that had called him there in the first place. And all of this is captured in the concepts of Joshua, in the story of Joshua 24, when he says we need to remember that God brought you up out of the bondage of Egypt to establish you in an inheritance and to give you a land. And Joshua's drawing on the two stories to exhort the nation to flee from idolatry and to choose to serve God and to make a covenant, which they broke. And here at Shechem, Gideon's coming to understand the issues, that whilst the nation remained in idolatry, they would stay in bondage. Whilst they kept serving anyone other than God, God would leave them in the iron grip of Midianite oppression, that they might learn to trust him. And yet now, Yahweh looks upon Gideon in mercy. He inclined himself. He looked upon him, we saw in verse 14, in mercy, and instructs him in the same way as Moses had been instructed, to go in his might to save Israel from the hand or the bondage of Midianite oppression, and to come up out of Egypt just like God had done with Moses. And just as Moses had done all those years before, Gideon responded in exactly the same way, didn't he? Me? Whoa. Me? What? I can't do this, not me. Of course, Moses had tried that too, hadn't he? No, God says, no, you're the man for the job. I've asked you to do it. It's time to get on. And so God says to him, verse 16, Yahweh says to him in verse 16, surely I will be with thee, and thou shalt smite Midian as one man. And so Gideon now realizes, so here's our proof, by the way, that Gideon now realizes that this whole story is the story of Moses all over again. And look in your margin, if you've got the Oxford Bible like I have, it says And Gideon says unto God, if now I have found grace in thy sight, then show me a sign that thou talkest with me. And if you've got your margin and the same as mine, it says, go and have a look under T, Exodus chapter 33 and verse 13. Oh, Gideon quotes what Moses had said in Exodus chapter 33. If now I have found grace in thy sight, show me a sign. And you see, Gideon says, God, you promised to Moses at the time of the burning bush that you would give Moses a sign, that he would take a sign and that he'd go back to his people to prove that God was with him. You'd have the rod that would turn into a serpent in front of them. You'd have a leprous hand that would be pure and then leprous and then pure again. And there was water into blood that gave evidence to the fact that you were God and that I was sent by you. I want a sign that you'll go with me. And so God's going to choose, just like he had with Moses, how he was going to reveal his glory. And at this point, Gideon's trust in God's mighty hand for deliverance was in its very infancy. As a brother once said down here just before, God's going to turn this warrior into a warrior, all right? And he's going to turn from an unsure, doubting Thomas, in a way, to becoming one that was utterly convinced that God would be with him. He needed proof, and he needed conviction that God would go with him. And Joe, I think we've all been here sometimes, haven't we, brothers and sisters, in times of our life? And there's a lesson for us in Gideon's response, isn't there? You know, we all sometimes encounter uncomfortable responsibilities. Do you know, at times in our life we can be asked to perform in ecclesia or in our families or responsibilities to take on roles and duties that we feel are utterly inept at doing or suitably unqualified for. It could be teaching others. It could be hospitality. It could be speaking here or there. It could be counselling or mentoring. It could be catering. It could be anything that we get asked to do. And God often asks us to do things and create circumstances for people to work outside of natural comfort zones and ability, doesn't he? You know, Gideon felt no inclination at this point in time to stand up, grab a sword and fight for his people. No inclination at all. In fact, he's hiding in a wine press. Yet God says, get cracking. Moses, by the time he'd spent 40 years on the backside of the desert in the wilderness, felt utterly inadequate. I can't go. And God got angry with him. Mate, I'm with you. Hurry up. Barak, in the story of Gideon and Barak, Deborah and Barak, just before, was struggling with the enormity of his responsibilities and his calling. He couldn't handle it either. He was struggling. Jeremiah felt like a child when God asked him to do his job. Totally inexperienced, useless. See, the point, brothers and sisters, is that God asks us not just to perform the duties and the responsibilities that we might feel we naturally excel at, but he asks us to step forward and to serve where there is a need. And it may not be easy, and it may not be perfect, but we each need to trust, like the Apostle Paul did, we can do everything through Christ which strengthens us. You see, we each need to give as we've been given, not just in the areas that we feel we could or are good at. I don't know about you, but I often hear, and I ran Sunday school for a period of time, I asked every living person just about in our ecclesia to be able to teach. You know how many excuses I got for why you couldn't be a good Sunday school teacher? I don't think I can hear one. I don't think I can hear a new one, right? It's not my thing. It's not my calling. I just couldn't possibly do it. I don't have time. But we had a need in our ecclesia. We had 94 children to teach. There was a need. You see, Gideon and Moses and Jeremiah, tried to come up with the same excuses too? Did God let it off the hook? Not likely. You think it's tough now, Jeremiah? Hey, mate, imagine when you're running with the horsemen. You think it's tough now? So whenever you hear yourself say, oh, it's not my thing, I just don't think I've got time, or I just don't, it's not it's not what I'm good at. Have a think. Is there a need? God asks us to do jobs, not just because we're good at stuff, but because he can work with us and that he can help us do stuff. And it's his work that we're doing, not ours. What we're being taught is that to ask Yahweh to show us how we can serve and support his work and to serve in his ecclesias, we need to work with him in his way and how he wants things. Perhaps we need a little encouragement. Perhaps we need our ecclesial members to be a little bit less judgmental on when things aren't quite as perfect so that we can get more volunteers. We need to create safe places for people to step up. We need a lot more forgiving and understanding and being supportive of each other so that we can all serve together. You see, people retreat into shells to avoid conflict, which is a major contributor in ecclesial life as to why we don't get volunteers. So how do we change that? How do we make that a better place? We need to find in our ecclesias more opportunities for people to stand up and say, is there a need? Here am I, send me. Not here am I, send him. It doesn't work. Here am I, send him is a different place altogether. We need to be supportive of each other to inspire each other to serve. And so in receiving his commission, Gideon's first response is to turn around to God, isn't it? And to say, I need a sign. I need to know that you're going to be with me. I need to know, he says, verse 17, if thou I have found grace in thy sight, then show me a sign that thou talkest with me. Now, that poses another question for us in practice, doesn't it, brothers and sisters? Young people, when do we ask for signs and when should we maybe not? When should we ask for signs and expect God to respond? Look, I'm really happy to talk through this afterwards with you and get your views and ideas on this, but here's some suggestions as to what comes out of the story of Gideon here and for us to think about when it comes to how God gives us signs when we ask for them and how he responds and why sometimes he may not respond. Now, I think the key to this question as to when we should or when we shouldn't ask God for a sign is to explore our motives. It lies in understanding why we're asking the question. I believe too often, and certainly in my case, in our walk in the truth, we can be asking God for signs to prove that his blessings are on our choices, when in fact God might not respond at all. I've been guilty of this, asking God to show me whether I should apply for a job or accept a promotion or to take a different role or responsibilities. I've been guilty of that, but the truth of it was that every time I asked, it was because I wanted to know for me and my personal selfish choices. I wanted to know whether I could earn another 15 grand, not whether it was God's choice. Another way, I'm not saying that we shouldn't pray for God's blessing on our decisions. But when should we ask God for a sign, right? There's a difference between asking for God's blessing and asking for a sign to see or to get proof of whether this is the right decision or not, because sometimes he may respond, or sometimes he may not respond. James chapter 4, verse 3 says, ye ask and receive not, because ye ask amiss, that ye might consume it upon your own lusts. And I think what we're being taught by James is that to ask for Yahweh to show us how we can serve and support his ecclesia and to serve his ecclesia is not about us, but about us needing to understand how God will show us his way, not our way. And so I think we have to see it like this, brothers and sisters, is that Gideon doesn't say to God in verse 17 of Judges chapter 6, show me a sign that should tell me whether I should go or not. You see the difference in that question? If Gideon had said, show me a sign about whether I should go or whether I shouldn't, God may not have responded. But instead, what he's saying is, I need additional support and confidence that if I go, you will be with me. I need to know that you'll be with me. He'd already made the choice to go. And he was wanting God to show him that he would be with him, that that was his choice and that God would be with him. And so perhaps if we ask for a sign, let's ensure we're not testing God for our own benefit, but seeking positive confirmation on serving him and others to fulfill his purpose, not our choice. And so the principles really is maybe we need to explore our motivations first. Why are we asking? Is there a request God-centered or self-questioned? Let's ask that literal question of ourselves first. There is a difference between asking for God's blessing and asking for a sign. And requests for sign generally should request support on how to achieve his purpose, not whether this is God's purpose. And that request for signs generally should not be about testing God to prove to us what his purpose is. Maybe that might be a helpful set of principles when we come to ask God for a sign. If we're moving in a direction, how do we know that God's going to be with us? So by this stage, Gideon thought he was talking with a prophet, not an angel. And so Gideon courteously turns around and wants to show his godly guest some honor. So he says this in verse 18, "Depart not hence, I pray thee, until I come again unto thee and bring forth my present and set it before thee." And so he said, okay, I'll tarry here until I come again. Do you know, Gideon has asked for a sign, and God's about to give him one. God's going to turn this present into a sign for Gideon, and it's going to be a sign that he's never probably seen before. He hasn't understood this sign. God's going to demonstrate to him a sign that shows him what this is all about. And he says, stay here until I bring forth my present to set it before thee. The word present there is the word for minkar. And under the law, there was a specific sacrifice. But by the time of the judges, it was merely a sacrificial gift given to honor a guest of honor. Right? It was there when Manoah says to the angel in Judges 13, verse 15, can I bring you a present? Right? It's a gift. I want to give you a gift. Right? And Gideon's saying, I want to show my commitment to God's request and I want to show you honor. But wait here, I'll be back. And look what he goes and gets. And this is remarkable. Gideon says, went and made ready a kid and unleavened cakes of an ephah of flour. Now, I just want you to stop and think about this for a minute. You are 7 years into an impoverished state. You have no seed barely left to at least plant for next year's harvest. And he's beating out the sticks, is beating out the wheat as much as he's got and collected from wherever he can, just to have enough to be able to sustain life. And here he is, and he goes away, and he kills a kid, a goat, right? And an unleavened cakes. He makes unleavened cakes, an ephah of flour. Now, an ephah of flour is, we know from Numbers chapter 16, 10 omers, right? And 1 day's food for any normal Israelite when they were collecting manna in the wilderness in Exodus chapter 16 and verse 16 was 1 day's food. And 10 omers makes an ephah. So what he goes and does is he goes and he makes 10 men's food in unleavened cakes. Well, that's a lot of food. Well, it is for me anyway. All right? For Sarah, that's it. No, I won't say it. No. There's 10 men's food here for the day. All right? And a kid of the goats in a time of famine, a time when there was food scarcity. Bread for 10 men. Gideon's going to commit all to God for his purpose. He was all in on this. 10 being an aggregate number of the all. He brings it to be all in. We're going to see his 10 men in a minute in verse 27. Gideon comes with 10 men. Here he is. he makes food for his entire lot, 10 men's worth of food and a kid of the goats. Gideon was committing everything to God, and he sets it to and brings it to honor his guest. And I want you to notice the detail. So Gideon brings out his present. Look at all the detail that we're given in verse 19. The flesh he brought in a basket, and he put the broth in a pot, and he brought it out under him, under the yoke, and presented it. I don't know about you, but that's an awful lot of detail, isn't it, for something? Why are we told that flesh was in this baskety thing over here, and the broth over here in a pot, and the unleavened cakes he put there? Well, why? What's the point? Well, the answer to it is this. Gideon had said, wait until I come and bring forth my present and set it before thee. Notice that? Set it before thee. If you've got a coloured pencil, when it says, I'm going to set it before thee, in verse 18, you link that word to verse 20 when the angel says, take the flesh and the unleavened cakes and set them upon this rock. Lay them upon this rock. That's exactly the same Hebrew word. What he's saying is, it's not going to be a present for me, Gideon. I want to set you my present, said Gideon. And the angel says, nah, take the flesh and the cakes, and I want you to lay them upon this rock and pour the broth out. What's the point, brothers and sisters? Well, perhaps we see it this way. And I confess, I sat there for hours thinking about this, looking at all the different options and combinations of what it could be or couldn't mean and types and all sorts of stuff. But I think the simplicity of it is this. Look at what he does. So he brought the flesh in a basket, the broth in a pot, and he lay it before the angel. And the angel says, I want you to take this. This is not a present for me. This is an offering for God. But notice the detail of how he brought and the actions the angel now wants to take. The present had come in different pieces. Notice that. Flesh in one thing, broth in another bit. Do you know what the angel does? The angel turns to Gideon and says, you're not getting what we're trying to achieve here. I want you to put all those pieces back together again. And we'll start again. Take the flesh and the unleavened cakes, put them on the rock, and pour the broth back on top of it. Put this whole thing back together again. What was wrong with what Gideon had done? What did God want him to understand? Well, perhaps the answer to that is what God does with the offering by the angel, instead of what Gideon had done with it himself. How had he cooked the offering? Well, we're told that effectively he brought the broth in a pot and the fish in a basket. What are we told by that? We're told that he boiled the offering. He boiled it to cook it. Naturally, it's the fastest way of cooking meat, isn't it? What does the angel do with the offering? It burns it with fire. What's the significance? The fire which comes out of the rock destroyed it. What's the point? Well, where do we come across a young animal of the flock, unleavened bread, and we're met by a person carrying a staff in their hand to cook for their entire household in the context of Moses and the coming out of Egypt? This is all going to be the sign that Yahweh is going to deliver his people from bondage. And the answer is that the angel is trying to teach them, don't worry about a present for me. Let's have a Passover meal. You want proof of that, brothers and sisters? We'll come back to Exodus chapter 12. Come and have a look at this, and perhaps maybe this might help us understand. Well, actually, yes, come. No, we don't have time. I've got it on the screen. It's all good. Here's God going to show Gideon the following things, right? So, well, actually, come back to Exodus 12. Who cares about the time? We'll be fine. Exodus chapter 12, we'll just speak faster. Exodus chapter 12, verse 5. Look at this. And I didn't realize this, but look what it says in verse 5. This is all of the story of the thing. You had to take your lamb, says verse 3, according to the house of their fathers, a lamb for a house, right? And if the household be too little for the lamb, let him take his neighbour unto his house according to the number of the souls. Verse 4, every man according to his eating shall ye count for your lamb. So you had to have enough for your family, right? Notice this, and I never appreciated this. Your lamb shall be without blemish. A male of the first year shall you take it from the sheep or the goat. Now, I'd never seen that before. I'd never seen a goat offering in the context of a Passover. Perhaps now we've seen it for the first time. And look what it says. Your lamb will be without blemish. 1 year old could either be of the sheep or the goats. The lamb was according to the eating of their fathers. And we know Gideon brings food for 10 men, and we find 10 men with Gideon in the next, in verse 20, verse 27. He has 10 men of his servants which are going to help him remove the idols. All right? Gideon had prepared for his entire family. What did verse 9 say about that Passover offering? Eat not of it raw, nor sodden it all with water, but roast it with fire. So it was never allowed to be cooked by water. It had to be roasted by fire. It had to be eaten with unleavened bread. Well, that's no surprise with the story of Gideon. And nothing was going to remain until the morning, says verse 10. It had to be fully eaten and fully consumed by either eating it or by burning it with fire. And the angel is going to put forth the end of his staff in Judges chapter 6 and verse 21. And he's going to touch the flesh and the unleavened cakes, and a fire is going to come out of the rock and entirely consume the flesh and the unleavened cakes. And you had to eat it ready to roll. Your loins were girded, your shoes on your feet, and the staff was in your hand. And we're going to meet an angel who's holding a staff in his hand as he touches that offering. It's gone, and the angel disappears. I think, brothers, this is what we might be being told, is that the angel was saying to Gideon, if you're going to be Moses, and we're going to leave Egypt, and we're going to undo the bondage and the oppression that this nation has been under, the first thing we start with, Gideon, is a Passover offering that God will pass over you and will destroy the enemy. And you notice this? Gideon says, you ask for a sign. You want a sign that I'm going to be with you. You want a sign that I'm going to be there. Do you know, well, Exodus chapter 13 says this was going to be the sign, the Passover sign. This is exactly what the Passover was for the nation of Israel, and it was exactly what the Passover was going to be to Gideon. Exodus chapter 3 says, verse 8 and 9, thou shalt show thy son in this day, saying, this is done because of that which Yahweh did unto me when I came out of Egypt. And it was for a sign, the Passover meal, the sign unto thee upon thine hand, and for a memorial upon thine eyes, that Yahweh's law might be in thy mouth. For with a strong hand hath Yahweh brought thee out of Egypt. Exodus chapter 13, verses 8 to 9. The sign of the Passover was what was going to be requested by the nation, to see and to pass on from generation to generation, that God would be with them. Gideon says, I need a sign. God says, good question. I'll give you one. Here it is. And so Gideon grabs that offering. Put the whole thing back together again and let's start again. The angel says to him, take the flesh, verse 20, and the unleavened cakes, lay them upon this rock. Remember, I coloured that expression in this rock, this rock, this rock. So put them on this rock and pour out the broth on it. And he did so. And verse 21 says that the angel of Yahweh put forth the end of the staff that was in his hand. He touched the flesh and the unleavened cakes, and whoosh, out of the stone of witness to confirm God's sign that Gideon had requested, everything's consumed. It consumed the flesh and the unleavened cakes. And the angel was gone. And Gideon all of a sudden realizes who he was talking to. The angel. He perceived, I've seen God face to face. Gideon realizes that he's been talking to Yahweh's representative, and he fears for his life, but God says, don't panic. I've got you covered. Peace be upon thee. Verse 23. Yahweh says to him, peace be unto thee, fear not. You won't die. I've got you covered. Why? How did he know that he was not going to die? Well, that's the point of the Passover, that they might not perish with the angel of death. You're not going to die, Gideon. I've called you for a job. I'm not about to kill you. You'd be pointless with me dead. Let's get on with the job. What is Gideon's response? Oh, it's remarkable, isn't it? Then Gideon built an altar there unto Yahweh and called it Yahweh Shalom. Yahweh shall be peace. He built an altar, just like Abraham had. And it's there unto this day an offering of the Israelites. He built it there in response to God's willingness to be with him. You know what God says to him? That's good. It's good, Gideon. But we need to move with that altar. We need to put that altar somewhere else. And verse 25, he tells him what he's got to do. So if the kid of Gideon's offering was a Passover, what was the very next thing that you did in the Jewish calendar on the 15th of April? You moved from the Passover into what feast or festival? The Feast of Unleavened Bread. And what did you do in the Feast of Unleavened Bread? Would you know what you did for the Feast of Unleavened Bread? Well, it was quite specific. So your Feast of the Passover was the deliverance from Egypt. The very next thing you would go into the Feast of Unleavened Bread was to celebrate that there might not be leaven in your house. It was a feast of unleavened bread, that there might be no wickedness or any idolatry in your house. In Exodus chapter 12 says that 7 days there shall be no leaven found in your homes. For whosoever eateth that which is leavened, even that soul shall be cut off from the generation of Israel, whether he be a stranger or born in the land. You're not to touch or eat anything leavened. In all your habitations shall ye eat unleavened bread. It was a rule for the nation of Israel. Notice what verse 25 says. Come back to Judges chapter 6, verse 25. And it came to pass the same night, God says to him, you know that leaven purge? Let's have a crack. Take thy father's young bullock, even the second bullock of 7 years, and throw down the altar of Baal that thy father hath done, and cut down the grove that is by it, and build an altar unto Yahweh thy God upon the top of this rock in the ordered place. Then take the second bullock and offer a burnt sacrifice with the wood of the grove which thou shalt cut down. Oh, we're going to move that altar, Gideon. This is not the place of the altar. I want you to put it on this rock. We've got to get this back. We've got to get everything back on track. We've got to get the nation back to worshipping me. And the first thing you have to do, Gideon, is you have to get your house in order. We're going home. And it came because Gideon had to sweep, clean his father's house from all its leaven in its habitations, and in its place to build an altar unto Yahweh. He had already built that altar called Yahweh shall be peace, but Gideon needed to understand, and God is going to teach him, that the only way peace could be achieved was the entire removal and eradication of any leavenous idolatry, and in its place built the altar on top of that stone of witness, upon this rock, as a witness to the nation. That idolatry would be destroyed, that God might be worshipped, and it had to be in that order. And then and only then could they truly have peace. And so God commands Gideon to purge his household, to save the nation, to turn their hearts back to God. He would first have to start at home with his own family. And you know, I don't know about you, but your family is often your worst critics, aren't they? You know, when you do some work, the one person that's going to tell you exactly what's going on is your family, immediate family. Right? And I'm going to get, no, it's not. Right? So that's exactly right. The first thing you have to do is you have to deal with family. And they're going to tell you exactly how they feel. And of course, Gideon's now going to have to venture into the thing that he feared the most. What was his family going to say? How is that going to happen? And so, his individual Passover offering had to be upgraded, didn't it? It was now no longer just enough to be just his little offering. This now had to be a representation of his family and his tribe. That was then going to become a national offering. And Gideon's going to be taught that what starts with you personally has to now affect those that are immediately around you to bring them on the journey. Before you could ever start a reform of the nation, you had to have your family on. And so his own kid is going to be upgraded to a bullock. This rock is going to be upgraded to an altar. And not just Gideon, but upgraded to his family to get on board. So what's the command? Verse 25. Well, take thy father's young bullock, even the second bullock of 7 years, and throw down the altar of Baal that thy father hath, and cut down the grove that is by it, and build an altar unto Yahweh thy God. You see, idolatrous worship at this time involved the worship of Baal and Asherah. And here it's depicted by the altar of Baal and the grove. And Baal was the altar, or represented as a god, the god of blessing and fertility. In summary, it was the sun. And they would worship Baal as the sun god who brought prosperity and good fortune. And Asherah was the god of the fun and pleasure, the moon, the worship of the moon, and she represented fun times. And so you would have good fortune and fun times by serving these two things. And God asks for these two gods specifically to be destroyed. The altar of Baal to be thrown down, the wooden statues and the poles of Asherah to be cut down, and in their place using the same materials to rebuild the altar of Yahweh and to make a sacrifice of a bullock of wood upon this thing. And it was to be done in an ordered place, says the record. It means to be arranged in a row, to be carefully arranged to make Yahweh's altar, to be arranged in the way that he would like it appointed. So what was to be offered? Well, he says, take thy father's young bullock, even the bullock of 7 years old, and throw down the altar. Is there two bullocks or one? Many commentators have tried to work this out, and the best answer I suppose I can come forward with, basically trying to summarize some of those thoughts, is that actually there is only one bullock that gets offered. And here's the suggestion as to why. So there's a bit of conjecture, but I believe there's only one. And I think there's only one, and if there is only one, why would you refer it to as the second bullock? Well, perhaps customary practice might help us unlock this issue. You see, bullocks were most often yoked together in pairs. They'd usually be yoked together for about 3 or 4 years to plough and to work together over this time until they were about 7 years old. And so you would, after 7 years, you would uncouple it and you would fatten it up in the paddock for a year or two and then sell it on or kill it for meat. But what we would usually do is you would usually yoke an older animal with a very young one. And the purpose was that the older animal would train the younger bullock to learn what to do. The older bullock, even though he's still called a young bullock because he's still new at what he was doing, the older bullock was known as the second bullock because it was more experienced. The second bullock is therefore the experienced one. And so who was the second bullock? Well, it represented Joash and his family, you see. Gideon had to realize that God needed him to decouple Joash's yoke from idolatry and to hook it up to Gideon's yoke, that together they might change the nation and its history. He had to uncouple him from idolatry and the worshipping of Baal and Asherah to the even younger bullock being Gideon, who was going to cut the yoke of idolatry and connect it to him and his father's house together, that they might plough the nation and to turn their hearts back to God. And together they would serve Yahweh on the altar of the stone of witness, Yahweh Elohim of their fathers. All right? But Gideon's faith and trust is still fledgling in its fledgling state. And whilst he knew what God had wanted, and whilst he knew that God was with him now because God had given him the sign, he was still fearful about what might happen. He still feared, and he was scared stiff. He was scared stiff of two things. Two things. What were the two things he was scared stiff of? Verse 22. 27. Gideon took 10 men of his servants and did as Yahweh had said unto him. And it was because he feared his father's household and the men of the city that he would not do it by day, but he did it by night. What were the two things he was fearful of? He was fearful, firstly, of his father's household. And he was also fearful, secondly, of the men of the city. He was worried about what his family would do to him, and he was worried about what the men of the city might react like. And so with the help of 10 men, by the middle of the night, he goes about to execute that night on what God had requested him to do. Do you know what, brothers and sisters, young people, do you know what Gideon's name means? Gideon's name means a hewer down. A hewer down. A feller. F-E-L-L-E-R. He was going to drop things. That is what he was going to be. And no matter how much of a mighty man of valor or a mighty warrior he could be to cut down humans and enemies of God, the first thing God commands him to do is you go and cut down the idolatry. You can't release bondage and oppression if you still have idolatry. The first thing you need to do is you need to start. Jen, there's some big lessons for us in that, isn't there? You know, God's judgments are going to begin where? Well, God's judgments begin at the house of God, says 1 Peter chapter 4. The Levites were commanded in Exodus 32 to deal with the matters of their brethren first before they dealt with the matters of their family. The mote and the beam story of Matthew chapter 7 means you deal with the things in your own eye before helping others. To inspire others requires us to start at home, in our own backyard. To help others in the truth, we first have to get our own lives and hearts sorted out. We can't help anybody otherwise. But what that does is that our example either inspires people or it corrupts them. There's no other alternative. Our example in our walk only either inspires or turns people away from us. But the first thing we have to do is we have to overcome idolatry in ourselves before we truly could help each other. But what is idolatry? How does this work? And look, with many talks in many different places on what idolatry is and isn't, and they're all relevant. But what is idolatry in today's context? You see, if the heart, we don't have altars and we don't have groves like they had back then, but the heart of ancient biblical idolatry focused on two key areas. And just think about this for a minute. Happy to discuss this later. But there was the worship of prosperity and the worship of pleasure. Those are the two things, in essence, that were the major problems in the society at the time of Israel. And don't tell me that they're not the two issues today. I think if we put it that way, the God of prosperity and the God of pleasure, perhaps we can see things in a little bit more relevancy as to how these two gods are an issue for us. You see, the desire to have more and the desire to have fun are the two issues of today. The pursuit of these things becomes a self-process of self-reliance and self-gratification and selfishness, and they drive us away from God. And we fail to see God's gifts. The pursuit of these things trap us and ensure us that we don't understand that we're actually even trapped in ourselves. And it doesn't matter what age we are. These issues are a problem for every generation. Do you know how we're affected, or we know that we're affected by idolatry today? Ephesians 5, verse 5, don't turn it up, says, idolatry is covetousness. Right? How are we affected by covetousness? Ephesians 5, verse 5. How are we affected by it? Ezekiel 33 says, we listen to the God's word, but we fail to do anything about what we're told. That's how we know we've got a problem with covetousness, is we hear the words, but we don't do them. Ezekiel 33. So just think about last week's exhort, midweek Bible class. What have you changed as a result of what you've heard? And if the answer to that is nothing, the question you have to ask yourself, and myself, is why not? If we're truly honest with ourselves, it's because other things are more important, or have shouted louder, or have received our attention than the things we're being requested by the scriptures to change. It's quite simple. Our heart hasn't been able to be shaped because it's bricked by something else. So how do we combat that? How do we actually change to be more like God? How do we combat the issues of idolatry? Well, first we have to be like Gideon. We've got to be made aware of the problem and seek to break down and cut down the things that stand in our way, whatever they are. I'm not going to tell you what they are, because they could be anything for you. But focusing on stuff that chases prosperity, money, wealth, more family, are things that can sometimes change us away from God and his view. Things that seek our pursuit for pleasure and entertainment rather than fellowship and friendship in the truth are problems. You know what they are? I need to tell you. But we have to start creating memories in the truth. We have to start creating experiences. We have to try to serve God and serve others. They're the secrets to overcoming idolatry, that our hearts might be changed so that we can become more like God. That's, in a nutshell, the problem. So let's think about becoming like Gideon. We have to make active choices to remove things that make us selfish, to learn to become more like God. And if we don't replace the things we smash, we just go back to them. So we've got to create new things. We make active choices to try and dedicate our time and energy to God to serve him. It can be daunting. It might be challenging. We could be worried about what things look like. It could be impacts on others. But we first have to start at home, that God's altar may be rebuilt, that the nation can be inspired. And you know, we might be surprised that when we do make changes, that we can inspire others. Do you know what? That's exactly what happened for Gideon. See what it says. Verse 28. When the men of the city arose early in the morning, behold, the altar of Baal was cast down, and the grove was cut down that was by, and the second bullock offered on the altar that was built. And they said one to another, who's done this thing? And when they inquired, they said, well, Gideon the son of Joash. And so the men of the city wanted to kill him. But what does his family do? Brothers and sisters. Do you know what his family do? Instead of losing his father's household, he gains them. He builds their respect and gains them back. Instead of upsetting them, he inspires them. So when the men of the city inquired, then they realized that it was Gideon, the son of Joash, had done it. They marched up, the men of the city marched up with hostile intent to demand Joash, in verse 30, to bring your son out that he may die. Bring him out. We're going to kill him for what he's done. It was the men of the city's response. Gideon's actions now, all of a sudden, change Joash. Joash now is inspired to act. Look what he does. Joash emerges from this circumstance an entirely different man. Firstly, he's going to stand against the men of the city to choose not to deliver Gideon over. And secondly, he's now inspired to fight for Gideon's cause. And he does so with devastating logic. Look what he does. The emphasis is on the word ye, isn't it? Verse 30. Who verse 31, Joash says unto all that stood against him, will ye plead for Baal? Will ye say anything? He that will plead for him, let him be put to death, whilst it is yet the morning. If he be a god, let him plead for himself, because one hath cast down his altar. Who are you, says Joash? Can't Baal fight for himself? Whoever's going to fight for Baal, seeking to avenge the destruction of his altar, I'll knock him out first. If you're going to try and touch my boy, I'll kill you first. So, but let's wait until tomorrow, and if we'll give Baal time to avenge the insult he's received, and if he's even a god, then let's see him fight for himself. That's what it really means, isn't it? You're going to try and take Gideon out, I'll kill you myself. But let's just wait till tomorrow, and we'll see what happens. Just to how much of a Baal god he really is. Joash is now standing fully beside his son, yoked in the harness, and he renames him. Notice he doesn't even wait till the next day to rename him. It said, let's wait till tomorrow. He names Gideon that day. Verse 32. Therefore on that day he called him Jerubbaal, saying, let Baal plead against him. Jerubbaal. Let Baal plead. And Joash does this, and in so doing he sets Gideon up as a living witness and a testimony to the fact that Baal couldn't exist. That as long as Gideon lived, Baal didn't. Scots. It was devastating logic from Joash, wasn't it? As long as Gideon lived, he proved Baal's ineffective and farcical existence, and that Yahweh indeed was the only God. So, brothers and sisters and young people, instead of upsetting his father and his father's household, do you know what he did? By his example and courageous stand for his God, he inspired a change in them. And when the battle came, they were the first ones to respond. When he blew his trumpet, who were the first ones to respond? It says, verse 34, Abiezer was gathered unto him. His father's family came to him first. And that's the lesson. The lesson for us is this, that our courageous and positive example to stand up for the things that matter in the truth will ultimately and positively inspire others who might themselves be wanting to change but are struggling to follow what was required. And often it's the people we least expect that can be inspired, can't it? But to enable ourselves to lead in this way, we firstly have to start looking in our own backyard. We have to start at home. We have to start with our own heart. We have to cut deep into our own family's experiences to try and explore what we're trying to do, explore our motivation, deal with the idolatrous clutter that sits in our heart first, so that once we've cut that out and thrown these things down in ourselves, and that God then becomes the center and focus of everything that we do, that maybe then we might have a chance to inspire others to serve Him. So let's try and be Gideons and to start at home to help each other.
Study 3 is called Leading by Example. Gideon, in his journey of faith, is called upon by God to lead his people against their oppressors. He seeks reassurances through signs demonstrating his growing understanding of his role and responsibility. As Gideon prepares to face the Midianites, God reduces his army to just 300 men to ensure victory is attained solely through him. This process teaches Gideon and his men the importance of trust and reliance on God rather than in their own strength.
In our studies, we've come now to this critical part in Gideon's development. We've watched Gideon been taken on a historical journey lesson by God to be inspired by those that had gone before so that they might overcome their enemies. And we saw it started with an understanding of Abraham building and choosing God in the land against the Canaanites. It was involved Jacob, who buried his idols at the oak of Shechem, and the covenant and the stone of witness that Joshua had established to sign an ordinance and a covenant with the nation to choose to serve God and to flee idolatry. And we saw that Gideon was going to be taught that he needed to focus on those moments to get courage and to be encouraged and to be strengthened, that God would save them from their enemies and from the bondage of Egypt. And so Gideon was going to be called, as we saw Moses, Mark 2, to deliver them out of Egypt. But to understand that, he needed to first offer a Passover, as we've seen, and then to complete the leaven purge of his father's household and to get rid of the idolatry that was in his backyard, that God might release the nation from bondage. And instead to replace the worship that there was on Yahweh's altar built on top of that stone of witness as opposition against all of the idolatrous practices that the nation had endured thus far. And so Gideon, instead of causing his family to turn against him, is inspiring them to stand up and to fight for the cause, and that his father changes his name to show him that he was a living witness to the fact that Baal didn't exist. Jerubbaal, let Baal plead, as long as Gideon was alive, it was evidence and proof to the entire nation that Baal was a useless figment of their imagination that had nothing to do with worship. And so Joash protects his son and gets him behind him and yokes himself together with him as Baal's contender to bring the nation back to the true worship of Yahweh Elohim of their fathers. And just as it was, as we saw, every year when they had sowed, at the time of harvest, they would all come. The Midianites and the Amalekites and the children of the east would all come. And so we pick up the story now in Judges chapter 6 and verse 33. Then, says the record, all the Midianites and the Amalekites and the children of the east were gathered together and went over and pitched in the Jezreel valley. And every year, this time of year, the Midians would invade, and they came through and began their purge of the land. A purge for any form of food that they had grown. The potential for becoming even more destitute and even more devastated is about to unfold. And it's happening in the fertile Jezreel Valley, the richest and most productive of all of Israel's growing food regions in the entire land. Jezreel means God sows. Jezreel means God sows. It was so plentiful in that place, they could see that God would bless it, and the Midianites are about to come, but not this time, brothers and sisters. God had sown, but not so much in his land, but in the heart of a mighty man of valor who saw the land of his inheritance once again about to be overrun by his enemies, is now going to be motivated to stand up. Now was the time to restore the rightful inheritance back to his people. It was a time for action. And so it says, verse 34, the Spirit of Yahweh came upon Gideon, and he blew a trumpet, and Abiezer was gathered after him. The Spirit of Yahweh came upon him, and he blew a trumpet. So what is this Spirit of Yahweh? You see, it's not probably some inner involuntary reaction that was occurring inside of Gideon's brain. So it's also mentioned, this idea of the Spirit of Yahweh coming upon people was mentioned a number of times through Scripture, of faithful men and women who were motivated to act by God. So Jephthah in Judges chapter 11, verse 29, was motivated for war. So was Samson in Judges chapter 13, verse 25. Saul, who became the king of Israel in 1 Samuel 10, was motivated to prophesy. And Elijah, there are plenty of men and women through the Bible where it says the Spirit of Yahweh came upon them. So what was that? Well, the answer is that the Spirit of Yahweh coming upon someone is a description of their understood experiences about what's happening around them, and an emotional response that was built by faithful men and women to take action for God for spiritual reasons to accomplish God's will. That's what it was. Gideon could see the Midianites invading the land, about to just devastate it once again. And he is motivated to respond to God and to try and set up a rebellion against the Midianites. They felt compelled to respond for God and to his purpose. I want you to notice that this is not just some passing feeling or glimpse or some spasm that's occurring inside them, because the word for coming upon them in the Hebrew means to clothe them. The Spirit of Yahweh coming upon them wasn't just some random involving spasm. It means to clothe. It's the word that means to put on a garment. And so Gideon is growing in faith in his understanding of his role and his responsibility as that mighty warrior. Gideon is now the feller of idolatry, the hewer down of idolatry, and now he's understood that he needs to transition from the idols that he's destroyed to now destroy the enemy. God, he's realizing, had called him to lead an army against these enemies, and he sees God's inheritance once more about to become overrun, and he's motivated to fulfill his ministry as the savior of God's people. And so he stands up. The Spirit of Yahweh clothes him, and as a mighty warrior, he puts on the armor that's required now, as God had given him the armor of faith and confidence that God would be with him. And what does he do? Well, it says in verse 34, the Spirit of Yahweh come upon him, and he blew a trumpet, and Abiezer was gathered unto him. The family of Gideon and his father all come unto him. It's his brethren. It's his father's family, his brethren, the very men that Gideon was afraid of, upsetting at the first, now come and stand shoulder to shoulder to be with Gideon to overcome their enemies. And Gideon uses his family to then send out messengers, verse 35. He sent messengers throughout all Manasseh, and who also were gathered after him. And he sent messages unto Asher, and unto Zebulun, unto Naphtali, and they all come up to meet him. Gideon uses all his family to bring them all to help him. But why blow a trumpet? This is interesting. Why blow a trumpet? Sure, it's a way of recognizing things, but why the blowing of the trumpet? Well, it's interesting. It's the blowing of the ram's horn. And the Lord taught that so you would blow the trumpet for two key reasons. The first reason was to call for the assembly to gather themselves together. That's the very first reason, according to Numbers 10, that you would call them to come. Numbers 10, and the other reason was to sound an alarm. All right, so first to call an assembly or to sound an alarm. And Numbers 10 says, verse 9, if ye go to war in your land against the enemy that oppresses you, then ye shall blow an alarm with the trumpets, and ye shall be remembered before Yahweh your God, and ye shall be saved from your enemies. Now you imagine that. This is Gideon standing up after 7 years of oppression, and he grabs that ram's horn. And in blowing that ram's horn, he's calling the nation to respond. But more than that, isn't he? Because not only is he blowing the horn to try and get everybody to come, but he's blowing the horn that Yahweh might remember his covenant, that Yahweh would be with his people. He was calling the nation together and asking God to support them in their activities, to restore the land of their inheritance once more. And as far as family come, and they send out messages, and they all come after him. Asher, Zebulun, Naphtali. Who were these tribes? Well, they're the tribes that were in the immediate vicinity around them. But they had a 40-year-old memory. You see, they all came as the same group of tribes who had responded in Judges chapter 5, verses 14 to 19. Zebulun and Naphtali, supported by Ephraim, had supported Barak to take out Sisera and Jabin, king of Canaan. These guys had done this before, 40 years before. And these tribes now come. Interestingly enough, we don't have time to spend on this, but Asher is a tribe that didn't come according to Barak's time in Deborah's song in Judges chapter 5. But this time they come. This time they've learned from their mistake, and they're there to support Gideon and the family to overcome their enemies. And so they all come to meet Gideon and to now listen to what Gideon has to say as he's now going to about to lead them in this uprising against their oppressors. And while Gideon is waiting to have those who are coming, he's grappling. He's grappling with an issue. He's grappling with an issue that he still needs support from God for by way of another sign. What's he grappling with? Well, it says, Gideon says unto God, if that will save Israel by mine hand, as thou hast said, behold, I will put a fleece on the wall. I need a sign, God. And he's grappling. What is he grappling with? Does Gideon seek a further sign from God because he's having doubts? Or is he seeking a further sign because he's having second thoughts on his responsibilities? Well, nothing would indicate that that's the case. So why is he seeking further signs and evidence from God? Well, think about it this way. Gideon prefaces his question for a sign with a key statement, a key question. If thou wilt save Israel by my hand, as thou hast said. He finishes, by the way, exactly the same way. I'll put the fleece on the ground, and therefore I shall know that thou wilt save, verse 37, thou wilt save Israel by mine hand, as thou hast said. So the whole envelope of that story, or the first message of his sign, was asking God for confidence that he would save Israel by his hand. But God had already told him that. God had already said that he would be with him. Why is he asking for a sign? Well, you see, I don't believe Gideon is doubting as such. I think Gideon was asking for God's approval. That was it now the time to fulfill his mission? Was it now? Wilt thou save Israel by mine hand now? Will you be with me now, God? Is it now that we're supposed to do this? Is now the appointed time to deliver Israel out of the hand of the Midianites? Gideon wasn't and didn't want to be presumptuous. I need to know that you will be with me and that this is the time that you want me to go. And so he puts out a fleece. And the fleece is interesting. So he puts the fleece of wool in the floor. I'm going to put a fleece on the ground, and it will be, if there be dew on this fleece only, and it be dry all over the earth, then I shall know that thou wilt save Israel by mine hand. And so in the story, I believe Gideon is suggesting that he's going to be the fleece, that this is going to be by my hand. And the dew, when you go through Scripture, the dew of the morning is known or is very much a symbol of Yahweh's blessings upon a dry desert place. Genesis 27:23 and Deuteronomy 33 all talk about the blessings that God would do ascending like the dew. And the dry land that's around him was what? All the ground around him, all the earth beside him. All the ground, verse 39, is going to represent the rest of the nation. That's the land without God's blessing. So I want to put a fleece on the ground, and I want to know that if now's the time that we take them out, I need that fleece to be full of water, I need everywhere else to still be dry. And I think the point of the first sign, brothers and sisters and young people, was that Gideon was seeking to ensure that God's blessings would be with him if he went into battle today. Are you going to be with me? Is now the time to move. And look at how emphatically Yahweh answers that request. Verse 38 says, and it was so. For he rose up early on the morrow, and he thrust the fleece together, and wringed the dew out of the fleece, a bowl full of water. You can't miss that, can you, brothers and sisters? A bowl full of water. As he got up in the morning and he wrung that fleece out to see how much God had answered him, he had this bowl overflowing with water. That's how much God would be with him. That's an excessive amount of dew. The point is that God would totally support Gideon. As such, he was filled and overflowing the brim. But Gideon's got more than that as a question. Gideon had just blown a trumpet, and all these men had gathered in to join him in the fight, right? And he's got a question. What's his question? Well, the question is, would God be with them in the same way as he would be with Gideon? He'd say, I will be with you. By your hand, Gideon, I'm going to deliver these men. Gideon says, okay, well, now that I know you're going to be with me, what I actually need to know is, will this water transfer from the fleece to the ground? How's that going to happen? Will you be with them in the same way as you are with me? See, Gideon had been inspired by God through the work he had done and the signs that he'd been shown. But would God's blessing pass onto these men in the same way? Would God's blessing be transferred to be upon them? You see, the key expression of the first sign was by my hand. By my hand. Well, that's, if thou will save Israel, by my hand. That's not the second sign. The second sign was all the ground had to be full of dew. This is why Gideon felt he had to ask God for another sign. It wasn't the fact that he was still unsure of the first sign. It was the fact that he needed to understand how God would transfer that water. Let me prove, he says, I pray thee, but this once. Let it be dry only on the fleece, but upon all the ground. Let there be dew. And look at how God responds. Look at how God responds. The bowl full of water is transferred in such a way that there was dew everywhere, and yet the fleece was dry. And you know, there's another wonderful thing. There's a wonderful thing in the way God works with Gideon in this moment. Because Gideon had said, notice what it says. Gideon had said that I want proof that all the men that were with him. Let me prove, I pray thee, but this once. Let me prove. Do you know what the word for proving means? The word to prove means to try by smell. All right? To try by smell. It's the idea of the quivering of the nostrils when you smell something. The sniff test. All right? We all know the sniff test. Don't need to tell you any more about that. So, the sniff test is what God wants to say. I just need to know that this is going to pass muster. And the men's offering was going to be too rich for God. The number of men, all the ground was going to be too rich for God. Because, do you know what's interesting? Because that word to prove, I pray thee, says Gideon. In Judges chapter 6, verse 39, God's going to say, no, Gideon, this is not going to be about you. This is not about you proving anyone. I will try. Because you know what God says? Whilst Gideon wanted to prove with the fleece, God is going to prove the men by water that Gideon would have to take. Because he's going to bring them down, says Judges chapter 7, verse 4. Bring the men down. The people that are with you are too many. Bring them down under the water, and I will try them. That's the same Hebrew word. If you grab colour and pencil, link those two words. Gideon says, let me prove thee, I pray thee this once. Judges 6, verse 39, draw a line all the way down. Judges chapter 7, verse 4. Gideon is going to be taught. You don't have to worry about how that water's going to transfer. I'll show you. I'll show you exactly how it's going to work. I will show you how much dry land you actually need to go with you. Whilst you can have all the dry land, Gideon, if you understand how powerful I am, then I'll show you what it means when I said, I will be with thee. I'll show you. You come with me. And so whilst Gideon needed reassurance that God would go with him, along with the men that were there, God was going to show Gideon just how he could do and how he would do everything for Gideon's request, but with only just a handful of the men that would be required. And perhaps now we can understand that this little trickle of dew would develop into a mighty flood as God was going to work to save his people and restore his inheritance. And this is perhaps why he's called Jerubbaal now in this story. Judges chapter 7, verse 1. Then Jerubbaal, who is called Gideon, all the people that were with him, if you get a colouring in pencil, when you colour in all the ground, verse 39, all the ground, verse 40, and all the people that were with him, Judges chapter 7, verse 1. You can't miss the connections, can you? All the people, all the ground. You see, God was going to show Gideon that he only needed a handful. And Gideon's actions destroying Baal had inspired this family and inspired the nation, spread further throughout the tribes, that men had all come motivated by Gideon's witness and proof that Baal and idolatry was nothing, and that Yahweh would restore his people, and they looked to Gideon to take the lead. And God's going to show Gideon just what's required. You know where they come? Oh, this is remarkable, brothers and sisters. They come and they rose up early and they pitched beside the well of Harod, so that the host of the Midianites were on one side and the hill of Moreh, by the hill of Moreh in the valley. The well of Harod beside the hill of Moreh. Do you know, this is remarkable. Well, I thought this when I looked at it. Look at this. The hill of Moreh. Why are we given the detail as to where they are? Why the well of Harod, which we'll talk in a minute, and why the hill of Moreh? Why are we given all the detail? Do you know, the word Moreh is very interesting in the context of the Jew. So, the root word of this word for Moreh means to shoot forth or to teach. And the root of this word is the idea of the way in which the Jew would saturate the ground. You see, this word, or particularly the root word for this word Moreh, or it's pronounced exactly the same way, is used specifically in the respect of the early rains that would come on the nation of Israel. We've all heard about the latter rains. Well, there was an early rain that would come, and the early rain would come at the very end of summer, and at the very end of the harsh drought of summer, and it would soften the ground so that it was ready to receive seed. The Moreh would come and would shoot forth the land at the very end of a dry summer, bringing much needed relief, and would herald the time for planting that would occur. That's what the word Moreh means. And it's Moses' song that links these two, the idea of shooting forth or to teach, which is the idea of refreshing learnings, is brought together by Moses in Deuteronomy 32. The idea of to shoot forth or to teach, he links these ideas, and he says, "Give ear, O heavens, and speak, and hear, O earth, the words of my mouth. My doctrine shall drop as the rain, my speech distill as the dew, as the small rain upon the tender herb, and the showers upon the grass, because I will publish the name of Yahweh and ascribe ye greatness unto our God." This idea of the dew or the rain here is the idea of the Moreh. And they would come now to this very spot, the very hill that caught the early rains, to herald a witness that the drought of summer was finished. The desert conditions of the Midianite oppression is about to be vanished. The rain is about to come. The transfer of that water is about to come, and the whole land is about to shoot forth as a witness that God would be with them. But there's a problem. There is a problem. There's too many men. There were too many men, and there were plenty of them who were afraid. You see, their courage and faith still had to grow like Gideon's. Perhaps now that's why we're told where they were. They were at the well of Harod. The well of Harod? It's the well of trembling. The well of trembling. The water that sprung from this well would bubble up, constantly being disturbed and constantly bubbling forth, that the water looked like it was totally troubled and anxious. A very apt description of the majority of his men. But God was going to prove to Gideon that even men like this, so long as they trusted Yahweh, could possibly be pulled into the battle. But they had to have a specific attitude. God is now going to prove to Gideon who the men would be that would transform them, that he would serve them. Verse 2 says, Yahweh says unto Gideon, the people that are with thee are too many for me, to give the Midianites into their hands, lest Israel vaunt themselves against me, saying, mine own hand has saved me. Gideon, we've got to be careful with this expression, mine own hand. If you link those expressions, if you'll save Israel by mine hand, verse 36, but if you'll save Israel by my hand, verse 37, God says, we've got to be careful with that expression. Judges chapter 7, verse 2, mine own hand has saved me could mean that they think that they can save themselves. It's not going to be the case. I'm going to show you that, Gideon. The people that are with thee are too many for me, says God, to give the Midianites into their hands, lest Israel glorify or vaunt or boast themselves against me, saying, mine own hand has saved me. God needed this victory to be without question his victory. Gideon himself is going to have to fully learn this lesson. Mine hand, says God? No. You're going to save Israel from the hand of the enemies. No one's going to say, 7 verse 2, that mine hand has saved me. And by 300 men will I save you, says God in Judges chapter 7 verse 7. I'm going to save you out of the hands of the Philistines, out of the hands of the Midianites with these 300 men. This is not about you and your hand. This is about you understanding that I'm going to save you with these men. And God's going to now train Gideon what spirit and attitude would be needed. What sort of people was he going to work with? And how was that going to do it? Yahweh hath delivered into your hand. Gideon's going to transfer in his whole brain, brothers and sisters and young people, from saying, mine hand is going to deal with this. You look at what he says in verse 15 of Judges chapter 7. What does he say at the end of all of this story when he finally goes into battle? And it was so, says Judges 7 verse 15. When Gideon heard the telling of this dream and the interpretation, he worshipped and returned to the host of Israel and said, arise, for Yahweh hath delivered into your hand the host of Midian. Oh, that's a shift for Gideon, isn't it? Mine hand. God's delivered him into your hand. See, Gideon's going to lead and grow his people in an understanding that it wasn't just about him, that actually God would work with some people and bring about a victory. And the process of whittling Gideon's armies down, brothers and sisters, was going to be the way in which God would teach Gideon how he would work and how the dew of heaven would be transferred. And we'll see, just like Gideon, these 300 men, although fearful in their own way, had enough courage and trust in God and not in themselves, that God was prepared to work with them to deliver his people. He was looking for a specific attitude. So who were the ones that he wasn't going to work with and why, brothers and sisters? Well, here's your three groups of men, you see. There was going to be 32,000 men who were going to come. God says, we can't have this many. This is going to be a problem. Now, therefore, he says, go to verse 3 and proclaim in the ears of the people, saying, whosoever is afraid and fearful, let him return and depart early from Mount Gilead. Whoever wants to go home, if they're scared, can leave now. You can imagine Gideon, can't you? Yep, whoever wants to go home can leave. 2/3 of his army walk off. Hey, oh, 2/3. 2/3 disappear. First group was sent home, were those that had responded, motivated to come and to fight, but only because others were going. They had every intention to fight. When they came to the battlefield, oh, that's a bit of a big army. When they came and saw the Midianite hordes, they had no real conviction or belief in God's ability to save them. In fact, the opposite was true. They were utterly afraid. 2/3 of the army fell into this category. 22,000 of his 32,000 men. Gideon must have been sitting there blowing his trumpet going, woohoo, look at how many people we've got. This is going to be great, even though the odds are still stacked against us. We've got such a good army. Out the door. Do you know what he does? Do you know what God does with Gideon? God takes Gideon back to the law. I think this is a helpful lesson for all of us here. God takes Gideon back to the door to teach the first lesson for what he had to learn. Why did they have to go home, brothers and sisters? Why? Well, do you know, here's the law. Look what it says. Deuteronomy chapter 20, verse 3. Hopefully you can read that on the screen without needing to turn it up. Deuteronomy 20, verse 3. So the priest would come, and when they were about to go into the battle, the priest would proclaim in the ears of all the people, Deuteronomy 20, verse 3, let not your hearts faint, fear not, do not tremble, neither be terrified because of them. For Yahweh your God is he that goeth with you to fight for you against your enemies to save you. That's what the priest would say first. He'd come in and he'd say, don't be upset, don't be afraid, right? God's going to fight for you. Don't panic. He's going to go across and is going to save you from the enemies. Now, says the law, there are a number of people we want to go home. The first of those are if you've built a new house and haven't moved into it, then you can go out. The second group, if you've planted a vineyard and haven't eaten the fruit, you can leave too, because that's just not fair. If you die and you haven't been able to eat your own fruit of your vineyard, that's just not on. And if you're engaged but you're not yet married, you can go home too, because you need to get sorted out and get that married and enjoy the comfort and the beauty of marriage. That's your responsibility. And the last group, says the priest, Deuteronomy 20 verse 8, the priest, the officer shall speak further unto the people and say, what man is there, even with all of that, that is still fearful and faint-hearted? These are exactly the same Hebrew words here. Whoever is fearful and afraid, Deuteronomy 20 verse 8, who is fearful and faint-hearted? If you need to go home right now, let him go and return to his house. Why? Or the record tells us why in Deuteronomy chapter 28, lest his brethren's heart faint as well as his heart. You see, these people were had not only come because it was the right thing to do, but they'd come but without a real conviction that God would fight and save them. Therefore, they were faint-hearted and fearful. These people were dangerous in battle. Fear is contagious. It's like an infection. When faith evaporates, it's a disaster. You ask Peter, when you're in the middle of the war, what happens if you lose faith? Israelites on the borders of the Red Sea fainted in the same way. We can feel like this too at times. Faint and fearful. 2/3 of the army evaporated and disappeared into the ether of the Jezreel Valley to go home because they were afraid. Do you know, brothers and sisters, the law never condemned those people. Do you know why? Because sometimes in life, that can get on top of us, can't it? 22,000 men, we can be just like them. When faith in our God is lacking and we sometimes doubt whether God even exists, whether the truth is even right, we need to take time aside at home to get it right in terms of our perspective. We've got to get these feelings in the right place. We've got to learn to trust God again. The times of great stress, pressure and depression, brothers and sisters. The law never condemned these 22,000. And neither should we. Faith is something that requires regular and constant attention that waxes and wanes due to the external pressures that surround us, that can affect our focus and trust in Almighty God. They're never condemned by God. Why not? And the answer was, they are sent home in order to learn and to reconsider the law. And when they saw their brethren come home, then they could see in practice just what God had meant, that he would go and that he would fight for them. Their evidence was seen by the faithful return of their brethren. And that's exactly what happens here in the battle. They turn up immediately after. So Gideon puts these men, Gideon and the 300 men surround the army, and all of a sudden they start fleeing. And it says, the men of Israel gathered themselves together out of Naphtali, Asher, and all Manasseh, verse 23, and pursued after the Midianites, verse 23. It's exactly what happens. Their faith came back. The 22,000 come streaming back into battle when they see God at work. There's lessons for us sometimes, isn't there, brothers and sisters, in this. You see, how we handle, if we're non-fearful, brothers and sisters, how we handle fearful people in these moments will determine whether they come back at all. If people need time and space and the comfort away from the pressures that they're facing to get perspective in life. God didn't judge or condemn these people, and neither should we. Gentle encouragement, allowing them to learn and to grow in time, will see God work in their life to teach and inspire them as well. Treat them lovingly and caringly, and we may just win them back for God. And if we are fearful, brothers and sisters and young people, it's actually okay to have times of challenge and crisis. It's natural that sometimes as we fight against our nature, we sometimes doubt. It's how we deal with this that's the key. We need to seek perspective in time of peace to understand how the battle's going to work. Taking time aside and finding peace to allow ourselves to stand still will allow us to see the salvation of God. It's actually okay to struggle. It's actually perhaps okay to not even fully understand everything. But it's never okay to give up. God wanted us all to learn and to grow together, and he allowed those that were fearful the time away from the battlefield to learn and to gain that courage and faith to come back. And God sent those 22,000 men from the battlefield to teach Gideon that lesson. But there was still too many for God. There was still too many for God. There was another attitude that had to be removed. And it's another learning curve for Gideon. 10,000 men was still too many. He'd already shown that he could save with 10,000 men. That was the story of Barak in Judges chapter 4 and 5. This time, he was going to do it with much less. And so he says, verse 4, Yahweh says unto Gideon, the people are yet too many. Bring them down to the water, and I will try them for thee there. And it shall be that of whom I will say unto thee, this shall go with thee, the same shall go with thee. And whoso I say won't go him, this same shall not go at all. What was the second group? So the second group were a group who were self-assured and overconfident. You see, this group would trust in themselves. God brings Gideon's remaining army to the water and picks the very group that Gideon would never have chosen to save Israel. He saves Israel with 300 men. Gideon would have chosen the 9,700 men all day, wouldn't he? God says, nah. No, not for them. That's not who we're going to have. These 300 men that he's going to choose would never have been Gideon's choice. God was going to prove to Gideon how he could make a fleece full of water and the rest of the ground dry, and now he would prove the opposite. He didn't need the dew all over the ground. In fact, a handful of men with a very keen spirit, that would be the ones that he would choose. They were not the natural warriors. They were not the gallant and brave. They were not the self-confident ones, brothers and sisters. Instead, he was going to work with the humble and contrite ones who trembled at God's word. Those are the ones that would put their trust in God and not in themselves. God points out those he'd win the war with by how they were drinking the water. And as Gideon watched the group, he brought them down, verse 5, to the water, the people to the water, and it says that Yahweh said unto Gideon, everyone that laps of the water with his tongue as a dog lappeth, him shalt thou set by himself. Likewise everyone that boweth down upon his knees to drink. And the number of them that lapped, putting their hand to their mouth, for 300 men, but all the rest of the people bowed down upon their knees to drink. As Gideon watched, he could see two very distinct groups. The vast majority of the rest of the 10,000 were on their knees, their noses buried in the water, their faces fully immersed to get a good long drink. But scattered amongst those men was a second group, a handful of men who nervously and warily were standing there, not with their faces buried, but were bringing the water up to their mouth, drinking constantly, checking their surroundings, making sure they were still safe, just watching for danger. If you ever watch a dog drink, they drink at 1,000,000 miles an hour, right? And they drink ready to run at any time. They're always wary in case of danger. And they remain on their feet at all times. You've never seen a dog sitting down drinking, unless he's dying. This is the attitude of these men. They were on their feet, checking the surroundings. They weren't entirely cocky or confident. The others, self-assured and confident in their ability, were bowed on their knees, fully secure by their own confidence in their own abilities. They were too cocky, too comfortable, too confident. And the same risk for the fearful group remained for God in the second group. This group was self-confident that their victory would be won by their own might and their own prowess. Not who we can. We can't have this group. Instead, God chooses the ones that Gideon naturally wouldn't have chosen. Do you know, there's a couple of lessons for us in this. The first lesson is how we choose people to serve for God. I'll go back to the slide, they're slightly out of order. How we choose people for God. You know, I think, brothers and sisters, too often in the ecclesial life, we end up looking for people who are best suited to the jobs because they have a natural talent or a personal strength. But perhaps, brothers and sisters, what we're being taught by God in the story of Gideon here is that actually we need to primarily be considering people, more importantly, by their attitude, not their aptitude. You see, Samuel the prophet learnt when looking at David's brethren that God looks not as man seeth, because he looks on the heart. Do you know, perhaps the lesson is that natural talent is not always the best way to get the best outcomes for God. It sometimes can be incredibly detrimental because it boosts pride and self-importance rather than God's glory. We need to see that God's glory is first developed when we see the attitude that God desperately wants to see first. And we need to perhaps trade efficiency or getting the job done as quickly as possible with actually job effectiveness, getting the job done to get the best outcome for God. It may not look as pretty. It might not go as smoothly. However, we know from the scriptures that those offerings with the right attitude are so much more acceptable to God, aren't they? So perhaps we need to start looking more for attitude first and aptitude second. And the second lesson that comes from this for us is whilst we might not be fearful, we might also be overconfident sometimes. Feeling too cocky in the truth. One of the issues in life when everything's going well and life's not too stressful, we can start to trust too much in our own abilities. And, perhaps that can happen more readily in senior years too. We become less worried about some of the issues that we might have to face. We've got other issues to deal with, but definitely not some of the challenges that young families might face. And many kings of Israel and Judah experienced significant issues because of their attitude of self-reliance at the end of their life, more than the beginning. Many faithful fell prey to the issue of self-confidence. Solomon, Hezekiah, Josiah, Asa. You think of all of the faithful kings of Judah. Tell me which ones didn't have a struggle at the end. The warning from the Gideon himself in the story falls prey to his own self-confidence in the mistakes that he makes with the ephod. There's lessons for us in this, isn't there? The warning is clear. Wherefore, says Paul in Corinthians, whoever thinketh he standeth, take heed lest he fall. We've always got to remember that God looks unto him that is of a poor and contrite spirit, that trembles at God's word, is fearful about God's word. And God singles out these two men, the fearful and afraid, and the overly self-confident and self-assured, and says, both of you are not going to be who I'm going to work with in this battle. Because both of you fail to put implicit trust in Yahweh, in his ability to fight. So how do we develop the spirit of the 300 men? How do we balance these things, brothers and sisters? We see we need to respond in the same way as these do. You see, these men came because they heard their brethren's call for help. Judges chapter 6, verse 34. They're not completely, utterly dismayed. Judges chapter 7, verse 3. But they certainly don't trust in themselves. Judges 7, verse 5. That's how we've got to balance these things, don't we, brothers and sisters? We trust in Yahweh's mighty hand to save and are willing to serve our brethren and willing to risk our lives for that. Not overly self-confident in our own abilities, but trusting that God will be with us as we fight our enemies. So let's try and have the spirit that Paul describes in Philippians chapter 2. Those that examine themselves to work out our own salvation with fear and trembling, because we realize that God works in us to will and to do his good pleasure. And if we truly have the spirit of these 300 men, we might, brothers and sisters and young people, have the privilege and the blessing and the confidence to see just how God's going to work in our lives and in those that are around us to save his people and to bring about his purpose.
Episode 4 is called Gaining Courage with God. Throughout the narrative of this episode, Gideon's faith and courage are tested and developed by God. Gideon's journey involves confronting idolatry, rallying the nation, and facing overwhelming odds with only 300 men. His transformation from fear to courage is symbolized by a dream about a barley cake and a sword, which convinces him of God's victory. Gideon's humility and reliance on God's strength exemplify the idea that God's power is made perfect in weakness. The story underscores the importance of supporting one another in times of need and trusting in God's ability to deliver.
Well, over the course of our studies, we've been watching as God works with Gideon, haven't we? As he works to develop his trust and his faith in his God. And we saw that he did that by taking Gideon through a process to show him the state of the nation and the issues with idolatry that was binding them in bondage to the Midianites. And we watched as God took him on that journey, remember, through history to show him what would be required to release the nation and to turn their hearts back to God. And that what was required to start to trust in Almighty God required an eradication of idolatry. And so he had to start first with his father's house, cleaning out the back bedroom, as it were, of the idols that they had served, and to replace it with a house of worship, a place of prayer and worship to Almighty God with an altar built on top of the rock. And he cast out the idols and he rebuilt the Abraham altar to serve Yahweh. And that inspired his own family, didn't it? And the next thing he does is he watches the nation about to be overrun again by the Midianites. He's motivated to inspire the nation to join him and to call out a people to his side, to spread the message to the tribes, to bring them back and to start to overthrow their enemies, that God would be with them. But we watched yesterday, didn't we, that God taught Gideon that the key principles in Yahweh's host were going to be determined by their attitude, not their aptitude. And that they had to learn that, well, Gideon had to learn that to trust in God required them to not trust in themselves or by their own strength. And we echo the phrase of Paul in 1 Corinthians chapter 1, verse 26, when he says, "Not many mighty, not many noble are called, but God hath chosen the foolish things of this world to confound the wise, and the weak things of the world to confound the things that are mighty, that no flesh should glory in his presence." 1 Corinthians 1, verses 26-28. Now, know whether you think about it like this, brothers and sisters, but perhaps when we start to think how Christ would read this story, we may be able to see how he starts to gain strength from Gideon's growth, and how we can be strengthened too by Gideon's example as he begins to gain courage and strength in his Almighty God and starts to believe that this could be possible, that this destruction could be done. And this morning, by way of exhortation, we want to see how the last phases or elements of his faith gets developed, and see how that piece of encouragement is going to encourage the Lord in his greatest time of strength, his greatest time of need, where he is strengthened by God to overcome sin. And hopefully, in that process, brothers and sisters, we should be inspired to perhaps see each other slightly differently, not as members of specific ecclesias, but members of God's army. Not 300 men, but members of Yahweh's host, fighting side by side to overcome the enemy. We're going to see Gideon's attitude shift with his people in this process. So God's just whittled Gideon's men down from 32,000 to 300 men to show Gideon that it was going to be a humble and contrite spirit that was going to be required, ones that would trust in him and his ability to deliver, that God could then mold and grow. And you know, it's remarkable because these 300 men and their spirit was just like Gideon's. And we'll see Gideon was still fearful as he approaches the host of Midian, although he believed that God could work in him. We'll see that very shortly. But I want you to notice one other thing. Judges chapter 7, verse 7, it says, he's just chosen the 300 men, and it says, Yahweh said unto Gideon, note this expression, it's a beautiful thing, by the 300 men that lapped, will I save you, Gideon, and deliver the Midianites into thy hand. Wow, that's an expression that Gideon hadn't stopped to think about. By the 300 men will I save you, Gideon, and I'll deliver the Midianites into thine hand. Gideon was going to realize that God would work with these 300 men to save Gideon as well. That Gideon's salvation, his life, was bound up in the lives of these his men, and together they would be victorious. This was not just going to be a one-man show. That together they would work together to save each other, to bring about God's purpose. And brothers and sisters, it's the same with our Lord, isn't it? That God, through the work of our Lord Jesus Christ, was going to prepare a people whose spirit and attitude was such that our Lord's victory would be magnified and our Lord's salvation was bound up in the people he'd come to save. And so Gideon readies his men, and even in fear himself, look what he does. Verse 8. So the people took victuals in their hands. Verse 7. By the 300 men will I save you, and deliver the Midianites into thine hand, and let all the other people go, every man to his place. And so this is what he does. So the people then took victuals in their hands and their trumpets, and he sent all the rest of Israel, every man unto his tent, and retained those 300 men. Gideon does two things. No. The first thing he does is he sends the men away to their own tent. Do you know, he doesn't send them away and leave them just around the corner to wait, does he? He sends them home. That's a remarkable act of faith, isn't it? He was placing all his trust in his Father and his God. Send them home, says God, and he sent them all the way home. There was just him and 300 men. But notice what it says he does. He sent the rest of Israel, every man to his tent. But notice the expression, and retained those 300 men. Do you know, brothers and sisters, that word retain is a very interesting word. Do you know that word retain means to strengthen or support or to make strong? It's exactly the same word used in verse 11 when it says that thou shalt hear what they shall say, and afterwards shall thy hands be strengthened. It's exactly the same expression. So what is Gideon actually doing in this verse? He sends the rest of Israel home to their tents, but he turns now to the 300 men and doesn't just retain the 300 men. He's now going to encourage and strengthen and motivate these 300 men to be strong and to trust in Yahweh's ability to deliver. And even as he does so, brothers and sisters, he's fearful. We know that because it says, verse 10, if you're fearful to go down, then you go down with Phurah, thy servant, to the host. And of course he takes Phurah. So what do we know about Gideon? He's fearful at this stage. But he's trying himself to turn around to the 300 men, and he's trying to reinforce and strengthen their trust and conviction in God. And even as they do so, they're looking over the cliff, the ledge, and the rocks that hide them at the hordes of the host of Midian and that were beneath them in the village. And through words of encouragement, even while his own heart is beating out of his chest, brothers and sisters, he's exhorting his men to take courage and to have confidence and to trust in Almighty God's ability to deliver, that God would fight for them. It's remarkable, isn't it? That's the faith of this man, Gideon. We can see what's going through Gideon's mind. How do we know what's going through Gideon's mind? Well, look what it says in verse 9. It came to pass the same night that Yahweh said to him, arise, get down to the host. What's going through his mind? And the answer is, how's all of this going to work? How is this all going to play out? How will God be with them? What does the battle plan look like? So as Gideon lies down to bed, God interrupts him. Gideon, stop thinking about that. I'll show you what to do. God wasn't going to let Gideon stall and grow fearful. This was going to be God's battle. He was going to be showing Gideon what was going to be required. And you know what, brothers and sisters? God was going to in mercy show Gideon that the battle had already been won. He just needed to see it. And so the same night he says, arise, get thee down under the host, for I have delivered it into thine hand. What's the key expression in that, brothers and sisters? For I have delivered it. That's a present tense, isn't it? A perfect tense. It's already done. It's completed. It's finished today. It's all sorted. Go for a walk into the army and you will see that I already have delivered them. That's done, Gideon. It's finished. It's been done for you. The battle's been won. All you need to do is show up. But look at how gracious God is with Gideon, because he knew that Gideon was on this faith and development journey to gain courage and to trust God. He needed to have that courage, but that needed to be shown him. And so God in his mercy now provides Gideon the opportunity to be strengthened by the evidence that God would provide. Because God knew that Gideon was still scared. He was still scared. But if thou fear, says verse 10, to go down, go thou with Phurah thy servant down to the host. You know, the word fear here is exactly the same expression, verse 3. Whoever is fearful and afraid, let him return and depart. And whilst it's the same word, fearful, in verse 3, it's a different form of fear for Gideon, because not only did he believe that God would deliver him, he was still worried about how it would work. He was not so fearful that he didn't believe that God could do it. This Gideon's faith was such that he believed, but he just didn't know how, and he was fearful for that. Although he trusted that God would work, it didn't make him fearless, brothers. You know, in that expression is a remarkable form of strength for us, isn't it? Just because we can trust in God, it doesn't stop us being fearless. It doesn't stop us being fearful. We are still often fearful, even though we trust. And the same thing was true, wasn't it, brothers and sisters, for our Lord in the Garden of Gethsemane, who in his greatest hour of need, in the heat of the battle in his mind, he kneeled in prayer to his Father, praying to find an alternative way. If it could be according to his will, could there be something else to happen? And of course, we know from Luke's record that the angel was sent to strengthen him. Just because we trust in God, that doesn't make us fearless. You know, there's some powerful lessons, I think, for us in that we learn from both Gideon and our Lord, that acknowledging when we need support isn't actually failure. Do you know, in life there are times where we have to put up our hand and ask for help, and there is no shame, or should be no shame, when that occurs. Why is that? We see Paul tells us on numerous different occasions. Just think of these passages and you know them well. God's strength is made perfect in weakness. Unless we have moments of weakness, we can't see God at work. When I am weak, says Paul, then am I strong. It's not when I am strong, then I am stronger. When I am weak, then am I strong. I can do all things through Christ who strengtheneth me. You see, Paul, the greatest example of grit and determination and passion for his Lord, acknowledged that there were times where he utterly struggled, looking for help, seeking guidance, wanting God to take away things from his life so he could serve better. He needed support at various times in his hours of need, that God might work in his life to strengthen and encourage him. See, the issue, brothers and sisters, isn't being weak. The issue isn't having moments of doubt, is it, brothers and sisters? It's if we wallow in those times and become helpless. You see, a mindset that is courageous doesn't forget its weakness. It just focuses on what it needs to be strong. That's what God was working with Gideon to do, to develop a mindset of courage, one that didn't forget its weakness but focused on how to be strong. So let's encourage each other and to have a courageous mindset, to seek to support each other in times of need, to maintain our faith and grow in grace, that God might work in us to will and to do his good pleasure. And so, brothers and sisters, the exaltation on the other side of that coin is such that helping to support others when we see them in their time of need, you see, God in his wisdom has given us all Führers, hasn't he? Servants to help us, to encourage us in our walk in the truth. See, God in his wisdom has made us work in ecclesias to be supported and to strengthen one another to the kingdom. God has commanded each and every one of us to support the weak and to be patient with all men. James chapter 5 says, confess your faults one to another, that ye may be healed. See, the point of walking and working together, brothers and sisters, is not to belittle, but to strengthen and encourage whilst we wait for our Lord's return. You see, there is no condemnation by God. In fact, God instead offers us additional support to Gideon to gain encouragement and strength when he starts to struggle. He was trying to motivate others, and yet he himself was struggling. So let's take the spirit of our Lord in Philippians chapter 2 to esteem his brother better than himself, and for every man to look on the needs of others. For this was the spirit and mindset of our Lord. And so God sends Gideon down to the host, allowing him in mercy to take Führer with him, his servant, to support him, that God might encourage them both to strengthen their fellow men in the battle. You know, brothers and sisters, this is remarkable for me anyhow when we're working through this. They're going to overhear something that is going to convince Gideon that anything was possible with God. What Gideon's now going to be shown by God is going to transform the entire mindset that Gideon has. And what he's going to overhear is going to convince Gideon that God had indeed already delivered the Midianites into this hand. But it's going to change his mindset about the men standing with him. If you've got colouring in pencils, I encourage you to have a look at this contrast that gets painted for us in the record. You see, all the way through chapter 7, the men that Gideon have are referred to as what? The men that Gideon have are referred to as the people. The people that are with him. It's there from verses 1, in each verse, it's there from verse 1 to verse 8. Verses 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, so even I can count. But it's there in every single verse. It's called the people, the people, the people, the people, the people. The people that were with him. They gathered themselves together. And what the point of the record is that they were just normal, humble farmers. They were just people. These weren't soldiers. They weren't military men. They weren't warriors. They were just people. In fact, if you read the record carefully, there is no mention at all of any weapons in their hands. None whatsoever. They had food, they had trumpets, and they had torches. That's it. They were just ordinary people. And you know what's remarkable? If you grab another, you could use the same colour and underline these expressions because it's the same thing. It's just a narrowed up version. The people that God chose, of these people, they are purely referred to as 300 men. 300 men. You get your colouring in pencil and you underline verse 6, verse 7, and verse 8. They're just called 300 men. 300 men. 300 men. That was what Gideon had. Now, you contrast that, brothers and sisters, to how God describes on this occasion the Midianites. What were the Midianites referred to through chapter 7? Well, you get a colouring in pencil, a different colour, and you colour in the word host. The host of Midian. It's there in verse 1, verse 8, verse 9, verse 11 twice, verse 13, verse 14, right? It's the host of Midian, the host of Midian, by emphasis, obviously, of its size and of its nature. And of that host, the host is referred to in verse 11, the armed men of the host. So what we have in contrast in the record is these two things. One was, who did Gideon have? Well, he had the people, and of the people, he only had 300 men. In contrast, you've got this innumerable host of military might on the other side. And the record reinforces for us that story in verse 12, right? The Midianites and the Amalekites and all the children of the east lay along in the valley like grasshoppers for multitude, their cows without number, and as the sand by the sea for multitude. All Abrahamic expressions, but in the opposite. They're enemies, not the seed of Abraham anymore. But there's one word that's now going to jump off the page like I'd never seen it before. Because after this dream, brothers and sisters, that Gideon's going to hear, look at what Gideon comes back to in verse 15. And it was so, says the record, when Gideon heard the telling of the dream and the interpretation thereof, that he worshipped, and look at this, and returned into the host of Israel. Oh, that now is an expression that rings differently. Right? That is a remarkable change. Gideon doesn't refer and come back to the 300 men. He doesn't even come back to the people. No, Gideon, listening to this dream, is transformed in such a way that his mindset is shifted. He comes back and he sees, why? The host of Israel. Gideon's whole mindset has changed, hasn't it? The dream and the interpretation had utterly strengthened Gideon to the point that he doesn't return to just the meager 300 men, but comes back to the army of Israel, the host of Israel, the army, as it really means when you expand it, of a God who prevails. That's what he comes back to. Is that how we see each other, brothers and sisters? When we come Sunday by Sunday, meeting by meeting, do we come back to the members of our ecclesia? Or do we sit down next to our fellow soldiers of Yahweh's host? Is that who we sit next to? What's our mindset of our brothers and sisters? You see, we have to come Sunday by Sunday, brothers and sisters, to the emblem of God's love. And to see each other, not just as people, but as members for whom Christ died. That shoulder to shoulder we might stand as fellow soldiers in our battle to declare God's glory to the world. You see, Gideon comes back from this story and from this dream an utterly changed man, utterly convinced by what he hears, that his host would now defeat and wipe out whatever meager camels there might be, because God was with him, because nothing was impossible. So what does he hear, brothers and sisters? What's so transformative in his mind? Well, verse 13 tells us that when Gideon was come, behold, there was a man that told a dream unto his fellow and said, behold, I dreamed a dream, and lo, a cake of barley bread tumbled into the host of Midian. and came unto a tent and smote it that it fell and overturned it, and the tent lay alongside, lay along. And his fellow answered and said, This is nothing else save the sword of Gideon and the sword of Joash, a man of Israel, for into his hand hath God delivered Midian and all the host. What did he hear? Well, he heard the story of a cake of barley bread. Why are we given the detail on barley bread, brothers and sisters? Well, do you know there's three key characteristics of barley which are quite interesting in the context of this. First of Kings, we don't have time to turn these up, but First of Kings in chapter 4, verse 28 tells us that barley wasn't fit for human consumption. Barley bread was primarily used as food for horses. First of Kings, chapter 4, verse 28. And what we know about the price of barley, according to 2 of Kings, chapter 7, verse 16, was that it was half the price of wheat. So it was never as valuable as wheat. In fact, it wasn't even made for food. It was actually fed to horses. 2 Kings 7, verses 1 and 16 tells us the price of wheat was half the price. The price of barley was half the price of wheat. And what we know, though, brothers and sisters, is that Ezekiel chapter 4, verse 12 says that if there was such a famine in the land that the staff of bread broke, that men would turn to the food that they would normally give to horses to eat. Ezekiel chapter 4, verse 12, when human food failed, they would turn to barley. It was the bread of famine and the bread of a siege. That's when you would eat this not very nice kind of loaf. And the point, brothers and sisters, of this barley bread was that someone had been at work collecting, harvesting, milling and baking this poor man's food in a time of famine into a cake. And this cake became a weapon. Do you know, the word that gets used to describe what it does is an interesting word. Do you know, it says that cake of barley bread tumbled into the host of Midian. It tumbled. Do you know, the Greek word the Hebrew, better not be the Greek word, the Hebrew word for tumble is the word to change or to be transformed. Or to turn this way and that way. That's what the word means. To change or to be transformed. To turn this way or that way. Do you know it's the same word used in Genesis chapter 3 verse 24 of the cherubim, the flaming sword which turned this way and that way. That's what this barley bread had become. You see, there is a connection in their mind, between that cake of barley bread and a sword of Gideon, that perhaps we can suggest that the cake flew into the tent and transformed into a sword and whipped the thing apart, turning this way and that way, and it fell the tents, that everything fell over. This cake transformed, possibly into a sword, in the midst of their dream and turned this way and that way, smiting all the tents. The tents particularly, this tent is not just any ordinary tent, it's the tent of a general, the key tent. The key tent of the Midianite host that fell and was completely destroyed. That's really what it means in the Hebrew. When it says that it fell and it overturned it and the tent lay alongside, the tent fell over and was completely destroyed. It fell so hard. The cake came out of nowhere, like a missile, and transformed itself to the entire encampment would be wiped out. And it appears, brothers and sisters, that the entire camp of the Midianites had had this dream. Not just one man. This one man explains what he said, and the guy says, yeah, it's this. This other man had heard the same dream and had come to the conclusion that this is what it was all about. You'll hear what they say, says God to him in Judges chapter 7, verse 11. They'll all say it. You'll hear it. Doesn't matter where you go. Perhaps they'd all had this dream, because his fellow answers as if he'd had the same dream. And now Gideon sees his 300 men, the barley of Israel, assembled, gleaned, and baked by God, ready to destroy the Midian. The host of Israel now was going to wipe out the meager tents of the Midianites. And Gideon knew that God had prepared them for this victory. The barley bread had been baked. The sword would come. That Midian had already been delivered into their hand. How did Gideon know this, brothers and sisters? Well, firstly, he knew that God had planted that dream. This was a sign, and Gideon knew it, that God had revealed to him a dream that had been put into their mind, the superstitious mind of the Midianites, that they knew that they were gods. And Gideon knew that God had put that dream there. Do you know, brothers and sisters, I think Gideon knew for another reason that the Midianites were gods. Do you know how we know that, brothers and sisters? Look what it says in verse 14. Do you know what they say? This fellow answered and said, "This is nothing else save the sword of Gideon, the son of Joash, a man of Israel." And brothers and sisters, the last time Gideon was given that title, what was he doing? The last time that he'd been called that was in the context of bowling over something else. Judges chapter 6, verse 29. When the men of the city find out about the altar that had just been destroyed, you know what they call him? They call Gideon the son of Joash, who had done this thing. God had been with Gideon when he threw down the altar of Baal and cut down the grove. And on that occasion, he inspired all of his family to follow him. He's called Gideon, the son of Joash. And now here comes Gideon, the hewer and fellower of all things. And not now would he just overthrow and cut down idolatry. Now he would destroy the Midianitish army for God once and for all, and seek to inspire the entire nation to turn unto Yahweh Elohim of Israel, the God of their fathers, once more. And when he hears his title, Gideon, the son of Joash, his mind is taken back to the story of the men of the city who came to see an altar and a grove utterly overturned and destroyed. Gideon says, they're gone. They're gone, and I know God's going to be with me. And what's Gideon's first response, brothers and sisters? Well, on the very edge of the camp of his enemies, he falls to his knees, as it were, and it says that it was so when Gideon heard the telling of the dream and the interpretation thereof, that he worshipped and returned into the host of Israel. On the very edge of the camp, it says, he prostrates himself to pay homage to his God, to thank him for what he'd just shown. Gideon now could see it all so clearly. His courage had been strengthened by God. He could now see it, and sinking on his knees in appreciation to his heavenly Father, he thanks him for the marvelous blessing of knowing the one who prevails. And so he comes sprinting back into the armies of the God who prevails, and he shows them that, look what he says, arise, he says, for Yahweh hath delivered into your hand the host of Midian. You see, whilst Gideon himself had been trying to strengthen and encourage and support his 300 men, now he comes back to them with a different conviction, an attitude that shifted, and a brain that said, I know that God's done it. It's gone, it's done already. It's past tense. Yahweh hath already delivered them into your hand. And up until this point in time, God had promised Midian would be delivered into Gideon's hand, into thine hand, into thine hand. And Gideon had been saying, oh, you'll give it into mine hand. And now he turns to the host of his 300 men with him, the host of the God who prevails, and says, do you know what? I know God's delivered the whole host, all into your hands because you're with me. God's going to work with you in the same way that he's working with me. You see, Gideon now sees that the cake represented them all together. The 300 men together with Gideon would save him and his people. He realized that the dew now had been transferred. The ground was now saturated with God's blessing, that God now would work through them all to restore his people and to restore his inheritance. And so Gideon, following in, as it were, Abraham's greatest footsteps in Genesis chapter 14, now leads an army to destroy the enemy, pursuing them so that they might never return, seeking to recover the inheritance of their brethren at night. And it's remarkable because whilst Abraham had 316 servants, Gideon only has 300. In providing every man a trumpet and a torch, he divides his company into three, instructing them to follow his lead. And the purpose? To make Midian feel that they were fully surrounded. And so it says, verse 16, he divided the 300 men into three companies and put a trumpet in every man's hand, and with empty pitchers and lamps within their pitchers. A trumpet he put in their hand. Do you know why they used the trumpet? We don't have time to do the detail on this, but take a note of Leviticus chapter 26, verses 32 to 35. The blowing of the trumpet was the blowing to proclaim the year of Jubilee. The blowing of the trumpet was blown immediately after the Day of Atonement, when the nation professed their sins before their Father. And then the year of Jubilee would be proclaimed. Gideon wants every man on this occasion to acknowledge their sin and to understand their enemy was here because of them. This was their problem. But that Yahweh had proclaimed liberty, that he would hear their cry, and that he would save. Leviticus 26, 32 to 35. And the lamps revealed from broken pitchers. In type and in essence, brothers and sisters, Gideon wants to teach them that they were earthen vessels. They were the water pots, the pitchers. And that in order for them now to show that Yahweh's glory might be glorified, they had to break their pitchers asunder, that the light of God's glory might be manifest. In acknowledgement of their sin, the earthen vessels were broken. And it was only after they were broken that light could truly shine. And of course, all of this they did following their leader's example. He says, look on me, says verse 17. He said unto them, look on me and do likewise. And behold, when I come to the outside of the camp, it shall be that as I do, so shall ye do. When I blow the trumpet, and I and all that are with me, then blow ye the trumpets also on every side of the camp, and say, the sword of Yahweh and of Gideon. And of course, they follow their leader's example as God works miraculously, as every man's sword now turned against his fellow. They fell one by one. Do you know what's remarkable, brothers and sisters? They didn't lift a finger. In one hand, they held a pitcher and a lamp. There was no room for swords. And God delivers them without them having to touch in the battle anyway. And so we now come, brothers and sisters, to think now what Christ would have thought of this story. To think how he would have gained courage and strength from this remarkable story. We turn our minds now as we prepare for the emblems to remember his sacrifice. To the world, brothers and sisters, our Lord was seen as just a cake of barley, wasn't he? There was nothing that he was special to look at. says Isaiah 53. In fact, his visage was marred more than any other. He was just a cake of barley, rejected by the world, but was transformed by his Father into a weapon of glory. And yet we consider the bread and wine this day. We come to remember a man who was tempted in all points as we are, yet without sin. A man who in his greatest hour of need, on his knees, sought to be strengthened both by his brethren and by his Father, who saw his disciples and the ones who he came to save as the host of God who prevails. A man who understood that his life was bound up by the people who he came to save, who gave his life to give us an example that we should follow, that we too might smash our pitchers, that God's glory might be seen. And so let us be exhorted, therefore, this day by his example, the greater than Gideon, who trusted implicitly in his Father's mercy and in his care, who offered himself first as an example, breaking apart his own earthen vessel, that God might be seen in him, and that by his life and by his sacrifice, the trumpet might be blown, that liberty might be proclaimed. Let us have this confidence, brothers and sisters, in the trust and the courage that Gideon was given, that we can see Yahweh's hand, that this battle has already been won, but that we just need to stand firm as Yahweh's host, united unto the end.
Our final story in this episode is called The Road's Not Straightforward. Now, the episode discusses the final stages of Gideon's journey, focusing on his battle against the Midianites and subsequent interactions with various groups. Gideon faces challenges in leading and motivating others, encountering resentment, arrogance, indifference, and naivety among different factions. Despite achieving victory, he confronts the complexities of human nature and the difficulties of uniting people toward a common goal. Lessons are drawn from Gideon's responses to these challenges, highlighting the importance of humility, understanding, and seeing God's hand at work in everything that we do.
For the last study, as it were, of Gideon's life. Now, confession from me, we're not going to quite finish everything today, mainly because we won't have time. We're not going to cover the ephod story, but we can talk about that afterwards. However, we have a bit to cover as we try and get our way through the battle and the subsequent pursuit of the rest of the Midianites as Gideon takes them out. But just to recap very quickly, remember we've been on the journey with Gideon as God teaches Gideon about learning to build trust, all right? That the first thing he had to do was to look back in history. You remember that from our first session? Look back at history and learn and get confidence about the fact that God will work with you. Then we have to get rid of idols and deal with things at home. And then we have to lead by example and choose attitude over aptitude, right? And then we have to think about, as we go through our life, to have that courage that we need to have, that conviction in God, and that God will help us see that we can trust him, we can gain courage, and that being fearful is still there, but we have more trust that God will save us and protect us if we have confidence in him. But that it will never take away the fact that we still have our mortality in this life. And now he takes them to the brink of the battle, and the battle's in front of him and ensures it. And as we saw in our last session, effectively, without a sword in their hand, a pitcher in one hand and a lamp in the other, they are watching as every man's sword is going against his neighbour. We pick up the story in verse 21 and look, it says, and they stood every man in his place round about the camp, and all the host ran and cried and fled. And the 300 blew the trumpets, and Yahweh set every man's sword. If you've got a pencil, just underline that. Yahweh set every man. This is not Gideon or his 300 men. Yahweh's doing this. That Yahweh set every man's sword against his fellow, even throughout all the host. And the host fled to Bethshittah, into Zerath, and to the border of Abel-Maholah, unto Tobit. And so they are set to run. And every man, Gideon and his men, stood back as the sword of the Lord slew every man his neighbour. And there was not a sword in Gideon or his man's hand. And so God worked so mightily that the host took off with Gideon's men in hot pursuit. And in verse 23 it says that the men of Israel gathered themselves together. The tribes that had been sent back as fearful ones now join in the battle from Naphtali and Asher and out of Manasseh, and they pursue after the Midianites, pouring out of their tents from home to join the chase. But Gideon could see how quickly they were escaping, right? And so he sends messages ahead to all the inhabitants of Mount Ephraim. So he sent messengers, it says, verse 24, throughout all Mount Ephraim, saying, come now down against the Midianites and take them before the waters unto Beth-barah and Jordan, the house of the fords. Come down to the house of the fords and to the Jordan, where they're likely to get across. If you can take that area, you can stop them escaping it. So it says, then all the men of Ephraim gathered themselves together and took the waters unto Beth-barah and to Jordan. The goal was to cut off the enemy before they got across the river. And they almost did it, by the way. They almost stopped them completely. From the story, in Judges chapter 8 and verse 10, what we're told is there were 120,000 men of the Midianites who were of the Midianitish host and the children of the east, and only 15,000 of them got across that border before the rest of them were all destroyed. So they almost got them all, but 15,000 managed to sneak through the gap before the fords were fully taken. But in the process, the men of Ephraim had gathered and stopped a vast number, and the children of Israel had slain a vast number, and they took, it says, the two princes of the Midianites, Oreb and Zeb. And they slew Oreb upon the rock Oreb, and Zeb they slew at the winepress of Zeb. And they pursued the Midianites and brought the heads of Oreb and Zeb to Gideon on the other side of Jordan. And so they took the fords. The men of Ephraim managed to capture them. What a battle, what a chase, what a night. All in this moment, not only had they achieved the impossible, because they had been subdued, Midian had subdued them for 7 years, not only had they achieved the impossible, but the enemies had now been completely overcome. They'd been chased back onto the other side of Jordan, and they'd slain thousands upon thousands of them. It was a clean sweep of the land. No more Midianites were to be found. And in the process, Israel had been united in battle and now convinced that God indeed was in control. It was a marvelous victory. But as they picked through the battlefield, looking for the kings of Midian, I couldn't find them. And do you know what, brothers and sisters? Not everyone was happy. Not everyone was convinced that the outcome that had been achieved was the best. And Gideon is now going to come, I might just move this. I can see what slides are coming next, you see. Gideon is now going to find out that leading and motivating others isn't easy. In fact, to appreciate everything that you've seen as a leader and to try and teach everybody else to understand what you understand isn't always straightforward. And working with others isn't as clear-cut as we'll expect, and it's no different in ecclesial life. Do you know, Gideon's now going to come face to face with a bunch of people that didn't share the same passion and enthusiasm and lessons as Gideon had. We're going to come back to the story of Zeb and Zalmunna in a minute, because Gideon's going to realize that he needs to share the lessons that he'd learned. You see, he's going to come face to face with the men of Ephraim, men of resentment and indignation, some sheer arrogance and pride in their own ability. And if they'd been called, well, there'd been a totally different outcome. If you'd asked us in the beginning, well, we wouldn't have had this problem, Gideon. Then he's going to come to the men of Succoth and Penuel, those that just show outright hostility and cowardice. They don't want to choose sides. They want to play Switzerland. They don't really care for the battle. It's not my problem. Then he's going to come across his firstborn son and going to show an element of naivety and immaturity because his own son doesn't fully understand the importance of eradicating the enemy, to destroy them, to cut off its head, to get rid of them forever. Instead of a supreme victory, brothers and sisters, with the whole nation absolutely ecstatic, with a magnificent military conquest, Gideon runs straight into a battle of human pride, lack of brotherly love, and a collegial indifference, a complete lack of understanding and wisdom experienced in the multitude that he was trying to save. And brothers and sisters, it's a cameo of ecclesial life. You see, in the highs and the lows of ecclesial life, we can see all of these people along the way, either experiencing the roadblocks or being the roadblocks. What we hope to do in our study this afternoon is we want to see how Gideon responds to each of these groups, how he handles each of them, so that we can gain valuable lessons about how we don't become the roadblock, and if we see the roadblocks, how we can help each other learn and navigate our way through them, so that we gain those valuable insights as we journey in faith. And what we're going to find is that Gideon inevitably tries to teach them and teach the 300 men that were with him the same lessons that he'd been taught by God all the way through his life in terms of how to build trust and how to build faith. So what was the first group? The men of Ephraim. Well, we pick up the story in Judges chapter 8 and verse 1. As the news of the battle and its success reaches Gideon, he receives the dripping heads of Oreb and Zeb at the hands of the men of Ephraim. Now, pick up the story and it says, well, at the end of verse 25, it says, and they pursued Midian and brought the heads of Oreb and Zeb to Gideon on the other side of Jordan. And along with the heads comes much more than he bargained for. Because with those heads comes an unbelievable, unimaginable attitude from some men who were utterly miffed at not being called first. And so they turned, Judges chapter 8 and verse 1, the men of Ephraim said unto him, why hast thou served us thus, that thou callest us not when thou wentest to fight with the Midianites? What an attitude. Could you imagine it? Gideon's ecstatically excited about what they've actually managed to achieve. And these men turn up, the ones he'd called to help, with this stink attitude, unbelievable attitude. Their accusation to Gideon was that they felt like they were the last minute ringers. We're the last minute of all people. We were the last ones to be called, Gideon. What were you thinking? Look, honestly, you should have called us. You should have called us in first. We've got the job done properly. This is ridiculous. Look, we've only got these couple of little hits here, and 15,000 have escaped, Gideon. What were you thinking? Why did these men of Ephraim feel that they were so extra special? Well, when you go through history, brothers and sisters, the men of Ephraim had a pride problem. You see, they were extremely proud of their heritage. This was the family and tribe where all the greats of Israel had come from. You see, this was Joshua's tribe, the place of his inheritance, Joshua 24, verse 30. You see, it was Ephraim where Joseph's inheritance and burial place was in Joshua 24, verse 32. Phinehas himself, who was a Levite but a high priest, well, he chose to be buried in the area of Ephraim. And throughout history, when we look at Isaiah 9 and we look at Isaiah 23, verse 3, throughout history, this proud and arrogant spirit of this tribe was manifested time and time and time again. They felt, as fifth-generation Christadelphians, that they knew better. And their point, when they turned up to Gideon, was, well, hey, look, if you'd come to us first, we'd actually understand the problem, Gideon. Like, we would have got this sorted properly. You know, you should have engaged our thinking. We're experienced at this. You should have come to us first. And now 15,000 of these men have escaped. What were you thinking? And it wasn't, brothers and sisters, a snide passing comment. Look what it says in verse 1. They did chide with him sharply. Literally, they did strive with him violently or mightily. These were furious men. They were outraged. They were on the verge of fisticuffs, fighting their own people because they felt left out. Such was their arrogance that they, after their quarrel with Gideon, they simply just walk off and leave Gideon and the 300 men to finish the battle. Do you know the problem with these men, brothers and sisters? Do you know what they hadn't thought about? They hadn't stopped to think that God might have been working behind the scenes. They had no appreciation for what Gideon and these 300 men had actually accomplished. You know, you could have had 7 years at this, boys. And you're coming to us when the battle is almost done. You had 7 years. You have no appreciation for what's actually been done for them on this occasion. They didn't realize that God had handpicked 300 men for the job, specifically. No appreciation whatsoever. And more than that, do you know what they didn't appreciate? They had no appreciation that they were actually now stopping Gideon from finishing the job. They were standing in their way. Their arrogant attitude was focused more on the poor performance and outcome of what they had done and what could have been achieved if they'd been called first. It's a disgusting attitude, brothers and sisters. Frightful. But unfortunately, ecclesial life is not without our men of Ephraim. You see, we can all suffer from the men of Ephraim syndrome, can't we? Especially when we have skills or experiences in areas in ecclesial life. Just because we might be good at something, it doesn't necessarily make us the best people for the job. You see, God was looking at an attitude, not aptitude, on this occasion. And these men would never have made God's cut, would they? You know, sometimes I think when we see things that are not done as well as we'd like them done, or not done as efficiently as we would have done, or not as perfect, or not as organized, we can manifest the spirit of Ephraim, the men of Ephraim, can't we, brothers and sisters? Why is it that we manifest the same spirit? You see, it's because we're thinking about ourselves and what we'd have done and how we'd have done it better, rather than seeking or trying to see how God might have worked with somebody else and how they have done it to achieve a purpose that God might have been working to. You see, we've got to stop. It's not always about us, brothers and sisters. We can all suffer from the spirit and attitude of the men of Ephraim at times, I think. That can be seen in catering or organisation or administration or exhorts or committees or announcements or whatever it is. If we're focused on ourselves and we're not seeing how God's working, we can become the men of Ephraim ministers. So how do we handle a men of Ephraim attitude? Well, Gideon shows us how. You see, it's not actually easy to manage a man of Ephraim. But look at how Gideon turns the story around. This could have been in a lot of a really different outcome. It's just as easy to reciprocate the same spirit in defense, isn't it, when we're attacked by someone who's telling us they would have done a better job. And if we reciprocate the spirit, it's not the right outcome, is it? We've got to learn to have Gideon gentleness in the way that he treats them. Proverbs 15 says, a soft answer turneth away wrath. You see, the men of Ephraim were seeking to say that they could have done a better job. And do you know what Gideon does, brothers and sisters? He acknowledges that they might have. What he focuses on, he says, you've already done a better job than I have. It's all good. You've done a much better job. But more importantly, look at how God's working with you already. Look at how God's at work. Look what he says. Verse 2. What have I done now when compared to you? Is not the gleaning of the grapes of Ephraim better than the vintage of Abiezer? See what he says? He says, you reckon you've got the dregs, but I tell you, it's much better than the handful of grapes you think I've got. God hath delivered into your hands the princes of Midian, Oreb and Zeb. And what have I been able to do in comparison to you? You see how Gideon works? You see, Gideon's careful response focuses the men of Ephraim on two key things. The first key thing was, you've actually achieved a greater outcome than I have in this battle. So yes, you're right. You could have done a better job. You've already done a better job. But more importantly, do you know what I think you need to think about, says Gideon, is you need to see God's hand in this. Look at what God has done, not what I have done. Stop thinking about it from my perspective. Look at it from how God's thinking about this. And you see, Gideon encourages them to think beyond themselves. You see, for 7 years, God had delivered them into the hand of Midian, and now in one night, God had reversed it. It was the start of something special. You need to think beyond yourself. You need to think bigger than this. You need to see the bigger picture. And thus, by encouraging to think about that, it says their anger was abated toward him. God hath delivered into your hands the princes of Midian, Oreb, and Zeb. And what was I able to do in comparison to you? And their anger was abated toward him when he had said that. You see, there's a massive lesson for us, isn't there, brothers and sisters, when it comes to winning friends and influence people. You see, when confronted by criticism, rather than reacting, let's try and understand where people are coming from and acknowledge where skills and experiences might be, that people may be more suitably qualified to comment. But what we have to try and show each other is what God has taught us to try and help us diffuse a situation. That's always going to be the way. We need to see God at work in everyone, to approach one another with humility and to encourage each other with love and to good works. You see, we need to encourage each other to see the bigger picture. So whenever we see criticism, let's try and see God at work and encourage each other to see God at work and to acknowledge where strengths and weaknesses lie. And so Gideon averts a crisis. The men of Ephraim leave him, and he takes off in pursuit. Verse 4, and Gideon came to Jordan and passed over, he and the 300 men that were with him, faint, yet pursuing. You see, he takes off, and yet this is only going to be the start of Gideon's learning about the fact that working and winning others for God isn't easy, and it's definitely not straightforward. And he runs on, and it says he came to Jordan and passed over. The 300 men that were with him. Mind you, that's a really interesting statement, isn't it? 300 men that were with him. What does that tell us about the battle thus far? Midianites, 105,000 gone. Gideon, 0. 300 men were still with him, not one gone, not one lost. But now they're faint yet pursuing. Do you know that's probably one of those oxymorons? Well, not an oxymoron, it's a euphemism, isn't it? Faint yet pursuing. Do you know it's helpful to set a little bit of context in this battle? From the men in the hill of Moreh, from the battle that was there to the crossing of the Jordan next to Bethabara, do you know how long that is? It's approximately 45 kilometres. Do you know how big a marathon is? 42.2 k's. So these men that were with Gideon had just run a marathon chasing the Midianites. 45 k's. They'd put over a marathon to chase these men. They'd fought a battle, run a marathon, carrying weapons, killing people as they went. They were absolutely had it. And the record says they were faint yet pursuing. And that's a spirit and an attitude, brothers and sisters, that we all have to have in life. No matter how tired we are, we've got to be faint yet pursuing. That's a massive thing. And it was a huge run, wasn't it? The adrenaline was wearing off, and now the hunger was setting in. And so approaching Succoth, Gideon requests for help and support for the food for his men. You see, these men in Succoth hadn't responded to the call. They were stuck over the other side of Jordan. And perhaps now we know why. You see, these men had decided to play Switzerland. And by that I mean that they decided to be neutral and to sit on the fence. They didn't want to take sides. You see, if the Midianites came back, then they'd be the first ones to cop it, because they would be the first ones back if the Midianites were going to chase them back through. And so if to show favour to Gideon to his men was to surefire and get the annihilation from the Midianites on their return. But if they showed no favouritism at all, then they couldn't really be any form of implication or retribution on either side, surely. See, their spirit, brothers and sisters, well, this isn't really my battle to fight, so I won't get involved. So it says, verse 6, or verse 5, and he said to the men of Succoth, give, I pray you, loaves of bread unto the people that follow me, for they be faint, for I am pursuing after Zebah and Zalmunna, kings of Midian. And the princes of Succoth said, are the hands of Zebah and Zalmunna in thine hand, that we should give bread unto thine army? You see, the men of Succoth's morals showed utter contempt and a lack of trust in God and his calling, and Gideon's support for the matter. They showed no sign that they understood that God had taken out the enemy, even despite the facts that the Midianites had just been routed and running for their life. It was an appalling response, wasn't it, brothers and sisters? They were more worried about potential retribution than they were in potential victory. It was absolutely disgraceful spirit that these men showed. We don't want to pick sides, because that could be dangerous for us. We'd be never like that, would we, brothers and sisters? You see, when challenges arise in ecclesial lives, we'd never try to play the Switzerland card and bury our heads in the sand and hope the problem will go away, will we? Do we? We'd never sit by watching our brethren potentially suffer just because our life is much easier if we play a neutral game. See, brothers and sisters, I think sometimes not only can we be the arrogant, self-assertive men of Ephraim, but I think sometimes we might be a little bit apathetic and inconsiderate men of Succoth too. Unwilling to declare our hand, potentially not get involved for fear of involving ourselves in something that's bigger or, quite frankly, something we can't be bothered to try and deal with. And by the way, brothers and sisters, I'm not saying that we need to get involved in everyone else's business all of the time. However, if we become aware of our brethren in need and certain un-Christ-like behaviour, things that are going on around them, and we choose not to support them, then we are no better than the men of Succoth, are we? You see, the amazing thing was that the men of Succoth had no appreciation for God's hand, no appreciation for Gideon's sacrifice, no understanding of the 300 men's willingness to die on behalf of them, to deliver everybody from the Midianite hand. See, 1 John 3 tells us, through the words of the Apostle John, "Whoso hath this world's goods, and seeing his brother have need, and shutteth up his bowels of compassion for him, how dwelleth the love of God in him?" 1 John 3 verse 17. You see, there's no room for passive and neutral Christadelphians in God's kingdom. There's only two seeds, brothers and sisters. We're either fighting for God in Christ, or we're not. We've got to choose which side we're going to be on, and we've got to fight for the seed of the woman like there's no tomorrow. And just look at Gideon's response to these men. Verse 7, Gideon says, "Therefore," and note the emphasis, if you've got a colouring in pencil, what was the way he treated the men of Ephraim? Verse 3, "God hath delivered into your hands." How does Gideon respond to the men of Succoth? "Therefore, when Yahweh hath delivered Zebah and Zalmunna into mine hand." All right, there's a link between these two things. When you see that God's at work, then you'll understand. When Yahweh hath delivered Zebah and Zalmunna into mine hand, then I will tear your flesh with the thorns of the wilderness and with briars. Note the margin. I will thresh you, is what he says. I'm going to rip these wilderness briars out, and I'm going to thresh you like I would with wheat. Why does he do this? Well, perhaps, brothers and sisters, there's two reasons. Perhaps one is because he was asking for bread. The poetic justice that was requiring. He says, if you won't give me bread, I'll get bread out of you by beating it out of you. Or perhaps the second reason is if you put a note in your margin, Joshua 23 verse 13. If ye go back and cleave unto the remnant of these nations, Joshua 23:13, know for a surety that I will no more drive out these nations from before you, but they shall be snares and traps unto you, and scourges in your sides, and thorns in your eyes, until ye perish from off this good land wherewith Yahweh have given you. He says, I'm going to rip those thorns, and I'm going to beat you with them, as God said. If you go down this channel, we're only going to land back where we were. Joshua 23:13. But perhaps there's a third and more holistic approach that Gideon is taking to teach the men of Succoth and the 300 men that were with him, and in fact all Israel. Do you know, I think we're given some details in Judges chapter 7 verse 25, when it says that the two princes, Orb and Zeb, were killed at a rock called Orb and a winepress called Zeb. You see, after the death of these two men, they named them. And Gideon finds out they destroyed them at a rock and a winepress. Do you know, for Gideon, that started him thinking, I think, brothers and sisters. It had all started, the whole story of Gideon's faithfulness and his development began at a rock and a winepress. And for Gideon, I think he began to see what the big problem was. You see, these men hadn't seen what he'd seen. These men hadn't understood what God had taught them. And now I have to try and teach the nation of Israel and the 300 men that were with me all the lessons that I myself have been taught. And he realizes that perhaps he had reacted a little bit like the men of Ephraim. Well, where's all the miracles that my fathers have spoken about concerning this land? Why has God put us like this? This doesn't seem fair. Oh, this is unreasonable. You see, he realized that he'd manifested a little bit of the spirit of the men of Ephraim. Why is all this befallen us? Why are all the miracles? Yahweh has forsaken us and delivered us into the hand of the Midianites. Judges 6:13. And God had worked a miraculous miracle at the winepress as Gideon was threshing wheat to make bread. And here is Gideon, faint yet pursuing like he was back then. And as he crosses the Jordan, Gideon sees a cameo of the old Gideon and understood the needs to show everyone what God had taught him, so that they too might understand what he had learnt. You see, the pursuit of the Midianites, I think, for Gideon at this point of his life, he realized that this was emblematic of his entire journey of faith and trust in God. And he needs to share the learnings with them. Perhaps now we can see why Gideon chooses the punishments, not only for the men of Succoth, but also for the men of Penuel. You see, for the men of Succoth, who refused food for his army, Gideon decides to thresh them. For the men of Penuel, who refuses food, it says that he was going to come, and what was he going to do? Says verse 9, I will break down this tower. That expression is exactly the same expression cast down of the altar of chapter 6, verse 28. See, I think Gideon is going to teach the nation what he had been taught by God. Gideon saw that God had shown him a great deal on his journey of faith and his trust, and he saw his responsibility now was to teach others in God's ways. When God hath done this, then you will know. And now he wasn't afraid anymore of his father's house. He wasn't even afraid of any men of whatever city. It didn't matter, because Yahweh was going to be with him. All things were possible. Brothers and sisters, that's our job too. See, God teaches us lessons in life, not just for our benefit, but that it might motivate us to teach others, that they too might be perfected alongside us, that we may share the wonders of God's grace with each other about the things we learn. And Gideon does this as he comes. And as he leaves the men of Succoth and comes to Penuel, verse 8, that says, and he spake unto them likewise, and the men of Penuel answered him as the men of Succoth had answered him. Gideon's response when he says, well, he says, when I come again in peace, the altar that he had built, remember, the altar of Judges chapter 6, Yahweh Shalom, when I come again in peace, he says, I break down this tower. You see, unlike the men of Succoth, who were worried about retribution, the difference between them and the men of Penuel was that the men of Penuel presumed the tower would protect them from both Midian domination and from Gideon's imposing army. They placed their trust in something that they thought would save them and protect them. They placed their implicit trust in this tower that would give them a level of protection, and trusting therefore in themselves. And Gideon could see the need to remove idolatry from chapter 6 in the same way that he had to now remove this tower. The only way that the men of Israel might learn to trust in Yahweh was to remove the things that they trusted in more. The men of Succoth and Penuel had the opportunity to repent, but by the time Gideon came back, they hadn't changed their ways. Perhaps, brothers and sisters, like the men of Succoth, we can perhaps be like the men of Penuel. You see, I think we can demonstrate the same spirit of indifference like these men, and we can retreat back into our ivory towers, can't we? Run away on holidays, change ecclesias to avoid conflict. We could go all sorts of different places to not enter into the battle. And if the attitude problem of Succoth was the fear of retribution, the attitude problem of the men of Penuel was retreating reluctance. Hebrews 10 verse 39 says that if we should be directly involved, we should be directly involved in the support of our brothers and sisters. But if we choose, said Hebrews 10 verse 39, to draw back unto perdition, we choose the wrong side and God will have no pleasure in us. We need to be coming out of our towers, not trusting in ourselves to support each other, not only ever just trying to retreat and to recuse ourselves from a problem because we think it's not our issue. See, the fact is, brothers and sisters, that the men of Succoth and Penuel's callous choice not to assist Gideon could have resulted in Gideon's death, or could have cost his men their life. And ultimately it cost them their own. You see, when Gideon came back, he destroyed that city and all the men in it, that Israel might learn to trust in Yahweh. Let's never isolate ourselves, brothers and sisters, but charge each other, rich in this world, that we be not high-minded, says 1 Timothy chapter 6, verses 17 and 18, nor trust in uncertain riches, but in the living God who giveth us richly in all things, that we do good, and that we be rich in good works, ready to distribute, and willingly have fellowship with one another. 1 Timothy 6, verse 17 and 18. You see, neither the men of Succoth or the men of Penuel learnt Jacob's lessons who had walked this journey before. You see, the man who had walked through both Succoth and Penuel had learnt to trust in God. You see, Jacob coming back from Laban, coming back into the land. He first comes to Succoth and builds booths to teach and to train his nation, or his people around him, to trust that Yahweh would protect them. That's what Succoth means, to build booths. And Jacob had learned to trust in Yahweh, that he would protect him. And then from there, he moves to Penuel. What had Jacob done with Penuel? And the answer is, well, he had fought and wrestled with an angel. He'd come face to face with God. And Jacob understood that his true power was with God. And at that point, he had his name changed from Jacob to Israel, power with God, the real Ale. And Jacob had learned to stop trusting in himself and to start trusting in God. Perhaps now this is why we're told in verse 11 that Gideon went up by the way of them that dwelt in tents, brothers and sisters. Verse 11. Gideon went up by the way of them that dwelt in tents. Gideon takes off now to finish the job with the Midianites. Meanwhile, in verse 10, Zebah and Zalmunna were in Karkor, and their hosts with them, about 15,000, all that were left of the children of the east, the host of the children of the east, for there fell 120,000 men. So there was 135,000 originally. 120 men had died, 15,000 left. And so Gideon goes up to finish the job. It's remarkable, isn't it? 120,000 dead, and not one man of Gideon's had passed away. God was working with them to deliver them, and utterly convinced as Gideon was, he now strikes them with full conviction and courage. Gideon's faith and trust and his confidence in his God and his ability to save was utter, so that he knew that no man could stand before him any longer. And it says in verse 11, that they dwelt, for the host was secure. And when Gideon went up, verse 11, by the way of them that dwell in tents on the east of Nobah and Jogbehah, and smote the host, for the host was secure. They thought they were safe. And when Zebah and Zalmunna fled, he pursued after them and took the two kings of Midian, Zebah and Zalmunna, and discomfited all the host. They smote the host who thought they were safe. Zebah and Zalmunna tried to escape, but Gideon grabs them and discomfits them. Do you know what it means in the Hebrew? It means to be fearful. Gideon literally put the fear of God into the Midianites at this point. The fear of God was what he discomfited them to be fearful. He puts the fear of God into them that they might never come back ever again. See, the fear that had once paralyzed a nation is now poetically reversed, and Gideon and the host are victorious. But if you thought there was time to dwell on the victory, you'd be wrong. Gideon had more work to do. He had the lessons to teach his nation. He needed all Israel to learn and to trust that Yahweh had indeed saved him, and that he needed to now teach them that they needed to learn the same lesson. And we're told, it says, Gideon, the son of Joash. You see, we have this title for him again. Why? Because he's the hewer down. He was the hewer down of idolatry. He was the hewer down of the Midianites. And he's now going to become the hewer down of those that stand in opposition against Yahweh. You see, here he is, the hewer down that was given of Yahweh. That's his full title. And here he comes to teach his people a lesson. So he comes first, back to the men of Succoth. He said to them, if you don't give me bread, then I'm going to come back and grab you and thresh you. And that's exactly what he does. He comes back, catches the young men of the men of Succoth, inquired of them. He said, which ones are the princes and the elders? He found there were 77 of them, 70 men. And so he gathers them all up, and he says to them, verse 15, behold, Zebah and Zalmunna, here they are. These are the ones that you did upbraid me, saying, are they in your hands now that we should give your men bread? Here they are. There's the proof. What's the proof? The proof's that Yahweh has delivered them. Come over here. Teach our lesson. And so he grabs the briars of the wilderness, and the thorns of the wilderness and the briars, and with the men he teaches, he threshes them to teach them that their brothers and sisters in need ought to be precious in their sight and to trust in Yahweh's deliverance, because he will do what he says. Yahweh will deliver us. And so he grabs the briars and teaches them a lesson. And then verse 17, he comes to the men of Penuel that says he beat down the tower of Penuel and slew the men of the city. It means to broken down and to destroy. And he did that, brothers and sisters, to teach the nation to trust in God's strength and in God's protection, to fear God, because he would say, not towers, not cities, not walls, nothing. And Gideon's transformation, brothers and sisters, from chapter 6, a worried farmer down a wine press, to a man who was prepared to take out his people in the name of his God, has been accomplished. From a weak, fearful Gideon, concerned about his father's house and the men of the city, he's now turned into a mighty man of valor who would destroy all of God's enemies, both internal and external. But Gideon's still got one more lesson to go. The lesson was for the next generation coming up underneath. So in verse 18 it says, well, the lesson for the next generation was you need to kill before you are killed. And I think perhaps in this verse we're now given an inkling or a clue into why Gideon had reacted the way he did in chapter 6 and verse 34, when he had blown the trumpet and gathered all of the men that were around him to battle. Because it turns out that when the Midianites had come up into the Jezreel Valley, that Gideon's own family had tried to withstand him and had potentially perished in the process. When the Midianites had raided, perhaps motivated by Gideon's own example, they'd intervened and died in the process. Look what it says. To Zebah and Zalmunna, he turns and says, what manner of men were they whom ye slew at table? And they answered and said, as thou art. So were they. Each one resembled the children of a king. And he said, well, these were my brethren, even the sons of my mother. As Yahweh liveth, if ye had saved them, I wouldn't slay you. You see, we know, brothers and sisters, that this is a different battle than Gideon's own battle, because not one man of Gideon's 300 men died. So this battle that's being talked about happened at a previous time. Most likely the catalyst for Gideon to stand up and to blow the trumpet, because this was enough. We needed to act now. And perhaps Gideon's own family that had rallied around in fighting the enemy had perished, not with Gideon at the helm. And for this, Gideon wants to show his firstborn son how to deal with the enemy. It required complete and utter destruction without compromise or pity, else it would end in your own demise. We've lost our own brethren because we've let these men get away with it for too long. So he turns to his firstborn son and says, Jether, get up, slay them. But the youth drew not his sword, for he feared. Oh, that's an interesting expression, isn't it, brothers and sisters? He feared because he was yet a youth. Well, there's our Gideon to start with, all over again, isn't it, brothers and sisters? Gideon as a youth is manifested now in his firstborn son. He feared because he was a youth. You see, brothers and sisters, right here, Gideon knew that he had to inspire the next generation by his own example. And after waiting, perhaps trying to encourage his firstborn to try, just get on with it, do it. You need to do it, try. The youth, I can't. He grabs the sword and dispatches them and gets it. Zebra and Zalmunna say, rise there and fall upon us, for as a man is, so is his strength. And so Gideon rose and slew Zebra and Zalmunna and took away the ornaments that were on the camels' necks. He stood up and dispatches them to inspire the next generation to learn. You know, brothers and sisters, there's an example, there's a good lesson for us right here, right at the end of the story. There's a powerful lesson for young and for old. So for the young ones here, so sometimes, perhaps as young people, we don't fully appreciate the true challenges our older generations have fought and learned in the truth. And sometimes I think it's wise to learn from the tenacity and the wisdom of age to appreciate what's being done for us and for those who have gone before us, and to therefore take strength and encouragement from them to follow in their steps and to take their wise advice and to listen and learn. There's a lesson for the older people, isn't there, in this? That we learn to have patience with our younger folk. They don't have the same experiences, the same knowledge, the same lessons, nor have they yet failed the same ways as you might have either. But that our role and responsibilities are to teach and to inspire them, which requires our example, not our criticism. Encouraging them when, like Jether, they may struggle. Do you see, brothers and sisters, there is no condemnation from Gideon for his firstborn son. Instead, he realizes that through patience and diligence and his example, that he had to take some time to motivate and to encourage and to inspire them to see the critical lessons in the truth that he himself had been taught. So, brothers and sisters, I think we might leave the story of Gideon here at this point. That we all need to try and learn from Gideon's example. A man who God raised up, who transformed himself because his father worked in his life from a fearful farmer into a mighty warrior and man of valor, because Yahweh patiently and systematically trained him in his life. A man who turned his heart to Yahweh to finally, implicitly, and completely have faith and trust in it. So let's try and learn from Gideon, brothers and sisters, to learn from history, to look to sort things out at home so that we can help others, to endeavour to lead, therefore, by example, and to choose by attitude, not aptitude, to gain courage with God in times when we struggle, to realise that the battle has been won and that the enemy has already been overcome, and to learn in life as we do, know that the road isn't always straightforward, but that is what God has enabled for us to teach us and to learn to trust him. And that in our dealings with others, let's endeavour to pass on to each other in patience and with respect, but with intent, the many lessons that Yahweh has endeavored to teach us in our life and in our walk in the truth, that we all together might stand shoulder to shoulders as Yahweh's host, vessels that have been turned into honor, sanctified and meet for the Master's use, and hopefully, God willing, prepared unto every good work.
Hey, well, hope you enjoyed that episode and the previous 4. What a remarkable series that is. Now, if you want to see the video version of that podcast, please head over to the Bible channel on YouTube or Christadelphianvideo.org and just type in the search term Gideon, Navigating Faith's Journey. Or you can search under the speaker guide, which is Brother Sam Mansfield. So please do leave us a comment or any questions that you might have. Let us know what kind of material you'd like to hear from us. And until we meet next time, may God bless you in your studies of His Word.